wish you a great day ahead of us. Looks like it's gonna be quite a full day focused on performance. Um, so we will start with a small moment of non-performance. Focus on yourselves and try to scan your body from head to toe and identify your feelings, needs, processes, and you can draw them afterwards. But the aim is to kind of become aware of it, breathe, and adjust for the day ahead of us. And maybe think about what could help you to get well through the day. And I can feel that Vercha experiences the need to continue. Um, I'm thinking that maybe you might want to know what is the situation with the workshops today. They are the same there's the same program of workshops happening today as yesterday, and we would really like to incite you to also participate in the English speaking workshop, because there is some part in English, but a big part are discussions when you are speaking with your colleagues in Czech. And we will have one of us there who might help you with more concentration issues. And English speaking participants can uh, sign up for the workshop of Vendula Redlichova that takes place outdoors, and she is able to do it in both languages. So the outdoors workshop is suitable for English-speaking guests as well. Interpreting is on channel number 2. It's possible that your device will run out of batteries. You can swap it for a new one in the back. Uh, we will be chairing the research section together with my colleague Mr. Machacek, and first we will have Mrs. Ścierbova, Associate Professor. I will give you a mic. During uh, the questions and answer sessions, we also always choose one question and we reward them with a book. And you actually participated in both of the books, Modern Coach and Sexuality in Sports. And in this book on sexuality, there are reflections on the basic primal sense of sexuality. Well, I'm quite curious where this will end, or where you are going by this. Well, the book. Could you give us a few words about the book? Well, it's a beautiful book. It's a collective work with Mr. Svozil and Mr. Kroll. We worked on the book approximately 3 years, and it's based on a research that we did quietly on our own without any grant subsidies. It was a research project, questionnaires and interviews with coaches and athletes. There are some pictures as well. And our aim was to have a book that is useful in practice for any sports association. It promotes safe space for athletes, coaches, and all persons that are active within the club. In the morning, you wanted to informally touch me. Uh, It, so I actually consented to the touch now. That was a demonstration. And in the book, there are practical uh, instructions and points that could be or should be implemented with the purpose of safeguarding. The contact was pleasant, so can I touch you again? Well, I think that was enough. So it also shows you how to communicate and how to transfer the information in a safe way, for example, using some symbols or drawings. And if you ask questions, the right questions, you might get the book as a reward for submitting the question into our Slido. And of course, if you are not lucky, you can buy it. The one on the modern coach, it's with Dr. Hanka Pernicova and Dr. Shafar. So also a collective work published during this year. Please sit down. You can choose your seat as you are the first person. Then we have Associate Professor Eva Bureshova. Good morning. Uh, Performance and non-performance. For organizers, we think we really performed to the maximum. Can you see some overtraining or overpractice in us? Well, this is not a sufficient load to become overtrained. And plus, you look all great even after the party yesterday. And I would like to apologize myself. I'm not sure whether I will be focused. My future, or the future wife of my son, she is in a race and it's a World Cup. It's sledge or something like that. So I'm sorry if I'm not focused at 100%. Well, maybe you could watch it while you talk. Well, I hope she will get to the second round. And thank you for telling us that it was none of a performance preparing the conference. Next, Associate Professor Daniela Stakova. Again, please take the mic, and you are very much focused on the area of fitness, diet, and eating disorders. Yesterday, you look at me and you said, well, didn't you lose some weight? So is it kind of a, already professional deformation, as we say in Czech, that, your profession affects everything? Well, in my practice, uh, I specialize in psychosomatics and sports psychology or psychology of movement, and my comment was related to what Michal has on his neck, and that I can imagine that it must be difficult to function with it, and it really affects the body. And well, it's something you see at the first glance, right? You can't really miss that. Please take your seat. And last but not least, Vendula Redlichová. In your thesis, you write about imagination and self-talk in tennis players. So let's see. I throw you the ball and you'll try to catch it and then throw it back. And close your eyes and use the inner imagination. And let's see if you manage. Excellent. So we can see that it works. Okay. Welcome once again. We are very pleased that we have such a distinguished composition of the panel. And first, I hand over to Associate Professor. Can you tell us a few words about yourself and your area of professional interest? So I work in Olomouc at the sports faculty. You probably read some information on me. Clinical psychologist, marriage and family counselor and supervisor. And actually I use all of the information from all these areas in my work. So it's not unidisciplinary, but more like multidisciplinary approach. And I'm very glad that I can use this when I work with athletes and coaches and students. And from more scientific perspective, uh, I'm here to talk about my topic of sexuality in sports. And I think it's an important topic. And we started to work on that with my colleagues because I realized during my other work with families and with persons with disabilities and also, of course, addressing their sexuality, we gradually got to the topic of sexuality in sports, and not only in the context of what we have to protect, but also some points that can be developed, including the perception of athletes and coaches, so that we don't get into this state of mental panic, but also to be able to describe actually what's going on and the phenomena so that the coach can identify what the situation is and what they need. And mostly what they need is to start talking about it and describing the best practices, but also the negative cases that also must be published. I, in my work, use psychosomatics in psychology, psychosomatics of the movement system, so I focus on the mental health of athletes, and this is very much related to the eating disorders. So I work at the private school, Palestra. We don't have any state subsidies, so we actually do research as part of the students' drafting of thesis. And we managed to publish the results of one research study, a modified EAT26 questionnaire. And actually, by that, we created a screening tool for the eating disorders in athletes, and this resonated very much in the States. I even did some interviews for Forbes and other journals. Vendula, you can continue. Good morning once again. I'm Vendula Redlichova. I used to play tennis, and that actually, of course, affected the selection of my dissertation topic. I'm currently working as a psychologist at the uh, AC Sparta Prague Football Academy, and I work as a also psychologist at the university. Current project, intervention of 8 weeks with young tennis players. We practice imagination and imagery and self-talk, and we will see what will be the effect on serving and receiving the serve. Very interesting topic, and I can see one of my students that wants to work on something similar in her thesis, so maybe you can discuss this during the break. I'm from the Institute of Psychology at the Faculty of Arts at Masaryk University in Brno. I like sport psychology, but it's not my main topic, let's say. It was kind of, it happened. We have 500 students of psychology studies, and many of them are former active sportsmen or athletes, and they stopped with their sport. Now they study psychology, and they bring topics that are of interest for them, and I'm trying to accompany them. Risk and protective development factors are my former topic, so we focus on motivation and how to keep the motivation during the sports season, some borders, sexual abuse, coach, in the relationship of coach to athletes, because this is a topic that is very much represented in the research of our students. Also, it's a topic that's a big taboo, and I'm very interested in taboo topics. For example, overtraining is one of such topics. When we go to youth clubs and we want some materials for our surveys, they say, you can ask anything, but don't do mapping of overtraining. I hope the times are changing and that there are many of you here that might go in this area. And this is so important to the research of overtraining, and especially for young, because when they exceed the limits, then it's very easy to estimate who is endangered for the future. And if the coach works on that, then you can minimize the risk. How to get from the youth categories to the adult categories, because this is the phase where we lose a lot of talent, and I'm interested in the reason.
Ladies, you made a significant contribution to research in sport psychology and psychology in general. And the title of our conference is Sport Psychology in Practice. So, where did you feel that your research made the biggest contribution to the practice, and how did you actually learn that? What feedback did you get from the sports community? So, do you want me to start, judging by your look? Yes, again, you are, close to some contact. Well, I have contact with practice as part of consultations, sometimes even having the form of supervisions. That's when people come and ask, usually coaches or students at our faculty who also work as youth coaches and who deal with some issues in the family life of their athletes. So, for example, when a mother of a young athlete, is aggressive at the coach, so they come and ask what they should do. Or maybe, when they are approached by female athletes, young female athletes, on the boundary of what could be considered acceptable limits. And I'm giving this example on purpose because, the problems aren't always initiated by the coaches, but sometimes, it's triggered by the other side. And you have to actually see it, as a two-way process. So that's, my contact with practice. That was the first idea that I thought of. So the clients that come and see you are already those that have some awareness of the limits, of the boundaries. And do you think there are some athletes and coaches who maybe would need some awareness raising, but they do not want to do that? Well, I don't know if they are aware of the limits. No, I think they are not aware of the limits, but they are aware of their bad feeling about the situation, so they need to find ways of safeguarding their position and their space. That applies to the coaches. And in relation to the athletes who may be at the risk of some inappropriate behavior uh, by the coaches or maybe even sports management teams, the important thing is to speak openly about this. And as you say, the first thing is to accept, to admit that there is an issue, and then we can act further. I think there are 5 Czech, sports federations when there is a very high risk of sexual abuse. I recently named them, and in such situations, a coach who is a female is worried about moving a player to the higher age category because the original youth coach is aware of the risks that the athlete may be facing in the upper category. And it's a situation when actually the coach is covered by the management team. So, that's what we say again. We have to speak openly about it, and we have to openly define the boundaries for the coaches. We have to say what the federations should have knowledge of, what parents should know, and also uh, who has the competence to discuss these things. Is it the coach and the athlete, or uh, who else can get involved? So, was it sufficient? Great. Okay, if I may, well, we try to prevent issues and we want to raise awareness, among trainers, among coaches, because those who want to be aware of the situation, these are the coaches that are here today. And I think that we will all agree that high performance is not only about the physical uh, condition, but it's also about the mental elements, about the mental performance that always plays a role. So we try to, develop very brief, short guidelines because people don't have time to read, long books on sports psychology. So we, have developed a number of thematic guidelines that deal with specific issues. For example, we have a guideline on how to cope with pre-match anxiety, or a handbook or a guideline on how to work with overtraining syndrome before it really develops. And such guidelines, such handbooks, have some worksheets for the athletes, for the coaches, for parents. So all the stakeholders, all the people involved can support the athlete. And I would like to follow on what Dana Štěrbová said. The self-awareness is the key, because each athlete must know their body, but also their mind. They have to learn how to work with their mind, and they have to learn how to respond to load. We have done a longitudinal study, and as you know, in psychology, longitudinal studies are the most valuable studies, and we monitored elite athletes above the age of 15, and we found out that maybe we can just, give them 4 questionnaire about mental load, physical load, overtraining, but in fact, if the elite athletes are really on the top, it's sufficient to give them one sentence and they already have good awareness of their body and of their mind. And that was actually surprising for us, and it's good news because it means that if they are self-aware of these issues, they just have to listen to their inner voice that says, this is beyond the limits, I'm exhausted. Because, in the, elite sport, the comparing is, omnipresent because very often people, compare to other athletes, to other teams, and they say, okay, they have managed this, during the training session, they have managed this, I'm not doing well. And the biggest risk is when the athletes do the sport, even though they feel pain, even though they feel some limitations. This is really an issue. So we try to develop some materials, some guidelines that are available to coaches, to athletes, but also to parents in the case of young athletes, so that parents refrain from bad interventions in the training process. And I think I will just follow up on what you said, the pain and the boundaries of pain. So maybe Daniela can follow up on that. But one additional question for you, Eva. So can you see a generation difference, if you compare the situation to what was here 20 years ago, when there wasn't so much self-awareness as there is today? I'm not quite sure, but what we can see recently is that the coaching styles applied in the Czech Republic no longer work for the current generation, because the mental qualities of today's athletes are very different from the mental qualities of the older generations. We are speaking about what the young athletes can give up for their sports career, how much they want to devote to their sports career. So really the qualities of elite athletes do develop, do change, and the coaching styles need to adapt. So coaches who work with young people have to adapt their style, because maybe inadvertently they may increase the number of athletes who give up. So Daniela, uh, can you respond? So I will try to respond the original question as well as your follow-up question. Well, I also provide, counseling, but we are not discussing performance-related topics. But I teach, sports psychology. I have a counseling center, and I think, what I do effectively is supervising BA and MA theses on these topics, and also in teaching sports psychology. But there is a big difference between, full-time and part-time students. And very often, the students who are full-time students are athletes who may be considered the end of their careers, who deal with some challenges in their careers, and they have not approached a psychologist, but they choose sports psychology as a topic for their BA thesis. And in such cases, they may choose such a topic because maybe it sort of resonates with the situation they are feeling. And I feel my role as a sort of a guide. So very often they really love their sport, but on the other hand, they can see some issues, relationship issues in the sports environment, and they are doing it the hard way because they are looking for a solution through their BA or MA thesis, but usually, the results are quite fruitful. Can I just, chip in? As you mentioned, the BA and MA thesis, when I have some students who are also athletes who want to write a thesis on sexual abuse and that they want to do some questionnaires, some surveys, some interviews. So the first thing I do is that I want to find out whether they have experienced such an issue, and if I see that they have had such an issue, I do not let them do a thesis on sexual abuse. Because in the area of sexuality, we have to be really careful because you never know who has been exposed to what may have been difficult for them. And, using a BA thesis as a sort of compensatory method for uh, experience of sexual abuse is not the best way. So what you suggest, doing a BA thesis as a sort of therapy, can be a good way in some cases, but it will not work as well for other cases. Because even in science and research, we have to be very protective. Yes, thanks a lot. I think there are many ethical dilemmas involved because if my role is the role of a teacher, I cannot really ask the student, whether the topic they have chosen is related personally to them. But, the thing, yes, but admittedly, I do not deal with such serious topics as you do. And if I see that there is some personal involvement, personal experience, we do not go that deeply. At the beginning of my I'm still at the beginning of my academic career, so I'm not a supervisor of thesis yet. But you ask about practical application of scientific knowledge. I think that it's really high time that psychology got involved in a systematic way in, sports training, because be it self-care and self-awareness or the skills, that's what I focus on. So maybe in some cases, young athletes and children will not see the importance of what we offer. But even during the interventions that I do, we are currently in week 6 of the intervention, and the children, the young athletes, they still come, and even though it's an evening and they have to do an online interview, at 8 in the evening, they can do the whole hour, and they can share their experience from the training sessions. My MA thesis was a qualitative study with tennis players about the role of mental preparation. And the result was that they really needed mental preparation, but it wasn't a systematic part of their training program. They had to do it on their own, or they had to find a mental coach on their own, which is challenging for them because they have very busy schedules. So we need to integrate it in a systematic way, and that is the contribution of science. I do base my research and my interventions on science, and I think that children find it enjoyable. And as Eva said, if the outcome was a guideline for coaches how to integrate imagery and self-talk into the training process. Because even if you deal with a more serious issue, this could be helpful. And I would add that science has its place even in situations when actually a hypothesis isn't confirmed. One of my students did a study on how precise putting in golf is, and she dealt with how confident about the success the golf players were. And one half of the participants was told everyone can do this putt. 100% of golf players can do this putt. And the other half of the participants was told, this is such a difficult putt, you will never do it. And the result was that actually these statements had no impact. But I think it was because they were all psychologists. So, there are some questions from the public, from the audience. So I will ask some. So a question for Dana Štěrbová. What is your recommendation for coaches in situations when they have a competition that spans over a few days and they, for example, sleep together, stay together in one room or at one hotel? For example, about waking up. Well, this is such a high risk situation, but it's so common on the other hand. What we know from some research interviews, everyone says we do not have enough funds to have single rooms for coaches and for athletes. So everyone sleeps, in a single gym. But sometimes we have heard that they sleep together in a double bed. So there is actually no protection of their, intimacy. And really, when you share a bed with someone, uh, it's really an issue. So the recommendation would be to really define very clear boundaries and really define in advance who will sleep where. And for example, when it comes to waking up, uh, you know, everyone should be woken up in a decent way. You should ring the bell, or you should, but it's not just that you should enter the room and just interfere with their, private space. In the sports community, very things are considered to be the normal. It's considered to be the normal to be naked, and very often people hear, "Oh, you are just being, too fussy about this." And in the book Sexuality in Sport that has been presented here, there are some specific rules suggested for all sports clubs. For example, who should be the driver, who should enter certain premises, and how to safeguard uh, that people do not touch each other in an uncontrolled way. But all the rules should be predefined, should be set before going on the trip. And it should be a top-down process, because the manager of the team should uh, define the limits for the coach, because even the coaches need some supervision and guidance sometimes. So I hope this was sufficient.
My question to Daniela. I know that you like dispelling myths. I think that's one of the roles of science as such, in general. So, in your area, can you mention some myth that you come across often and that you perceive as something that should be, you know, eliminated, the perceptions? So, eating disorders. Historically, there are various opinions on why these happen. I think there is different interpretations in clinical and psychiatry areas and different in sports environment. We have some influence from the American environment, while European psychology tends to go more into depth and look for the causes. I think it's quite dangerous to say that the eating disorder is caused by the sports environment, because the personality of the athlete really plays an important role, and I think there must be a synthesis of these attitudes so that we can better understand what the people are going through. With mental anorexia, uh, the interpretation was that it's because of the fashion environment is pushing you to lose weight, but it's not. It cannot be explained only by the pressure of the environment. There is also a personal factor of the person in question. I hope I described it in an understandable way. So the myth is that what is decisive in eating disorders are the factors from the sports environment. But I personally think it's more the personality factors that play an important role. And yes, as I said, one of the roles of sciences is to dispel the myth. And then it's funny to observe the situation 20 years later when everybody says, yes, well, but we've always knew this. It suddenly becomes part of the shared knowledge and seems like we've known it forever, and that's not the case. That's the result of the scientific work. Sorry to step in. Our research of perfectionist behavior actually confirmed exactly what you say. Perfectionism has two forms, adaptive and maladaptive. The adaptive form, if I really simplify it, is that the athlete has high but adequate goals, can work well with errors and mistakes that everybody makes, can work with temporary non-performance, is flexible and is oriented on experiencing the positive emotions during the performance. While the maladaptive form, in the maladaptive form, they have absolutely unrealistic goals, they have very rigid approach to training and performance, and any mistake or non-performance that appears in his career pushes him to depressive states. And this maladaptive form is very closely linked to eating disorders. So sorry that I stepped in, but it's actually confirmed by scientific research that it's not just because of the pressure of the social environment, but it's more affected by the personality of the athlete. And now it's like a small promotion for my workshop. We've discussed this yesterday and we will discuss it today. And we will talk not only about benefits, but also about risks, uh, addiction on movement, but there can be other negative phenomena. And again, maybe another myth, still from my childhood, from the socialist period, promoting exercise is, of course, a positive thing, but it can be risky during certain development phases where these psychopathological phenomena can appear. So, addiction on exercise or eating disorders. So, don't forget about this, and maybe we shouldn't be really promoting sports and exercise in a fanatic way because it can have associated risks. Question for Associate Professor Dvoresheva. What are the coaching styles used by coaches that are no longer pertinent for the current generation, and what can be the effect? Well, it's the traditional directive style. I'm the coach, I'm the god, I know everything, and if you don't perform as I need, I can replace you by many others who will perform instead of you. So this is a clear example of a coaching style that is no longer respected and accepted by the young generation. They approach authority differently, not all of them, of course, but as it was in the past, the most frequent reason why you left a team or quit a sport is that you had an injury. But today this directive style of coaching is one of the main factors that contributes to uh, ending of the sports career of young athletes, even though they are well, let's say, physically prepared and they are talented. So, what would be your wish for Czech research in sports psychology? Where would you want to see the field to develop? In what direction? What's missing? Well, we could start by Wendy as the representative of the young generation. Well, what's missing, and I'm speaking in connection to my research, that there is some, what is missing are some simple instructions. I often had to go back into foreign research documents and prepare it for myself. So what's missing is a simple, easily applicable guideline how to do it. But also, what's important is to have a more systematic cooperation. We should put an accent on this. Of course, it can help even if you have one consultation with an athlete, but these are exceptional cases. So we should call for a systematic inclusion of psychological services and preparation into the the training system or the whole sports system. Mm. Where do you think the research will go in your preferred area? Well, what I was, when you were saying your question, I was thinking how I could answer. And I was afraid that the research in sexuality would be only focused on the negative phenomena. And now we have research also, for example, on how it's difficult to be in a relationship for top level athletes when they are far one from another during their careers, we mean geographically. And when they finish the career and they start living like a normal couple, suddenly, after 15 or 20 years, when they were basically functioning alone, but with a, let's say, strong control of, or positive control of the people around them, and suddenly they are to leave this in a way protected environment, and they will start to live like the other people. So it's an important change, and I think this is an area that could benefit from more attention. In the tennis environment, an important topic is having children and then returning to the professional career. And that's an important and interesting topic. Of course, not only in tennis. There are areas that are not too much addressed. When people are really working with weight, for example, weightlifting or fight, there are some procedures how to work with the weight, but no one prepares the athletes for some set areas for these blues because their body totally changes. For example, after the main competition in weightlifting or bodybuilding, their body suddenly changes afterwards. And often this is not something that is addressed. Another risk is wearable technologies that allow the athletes to map many indicators of the phenomena and of the performance. And if the person has an OCD, which is an anxiety-based disorder, and they have a tendency to control their performance, for these people the wearable technologies are totally unsuitable, because then they control everything. Did we drink enough water? Did we sleep enough? What's my heartbeat rate in the morning? And they focus so much on the physiological parameters of the performance that they cause more and more anxiety to themselves, and their performance is really affected, restricted by this. Well, I'm thinking now whether what I will say is a trend or more my wish, maybe both. What's very trendy is the research on resilience and well-being, mental health of athletes, and on finding the balance between performance and long-term development of the person. This narrative autobiographic approach where we see the life context of the person, uh, so more a clinical psychology perspective. I often have the urge to tell them to stop with their sports because it's taking more from them than it's giving to them. But I'm trying to refrain myself from that. But okay, maybe there could be some research on practical recommendations how to end the sports career. So some last comments, last questions, maybe something interesting from the audience. Do you think it's possible to, completely heal from the addiction on sports so that exercise does not activate the old patterns? I think it's not possible. And I think other experts would agree with me. If you have an addiction on exercise or movement, ima imagine you run a lot, like performance running, and then someone says, well, go just for a jog, just to enjoy it. Where is the border? Where's the limit? Like, run less, run only until a certain heartbeat rate? Well, that's not interesting for them. I don't think it works in practice. And again, we are getting back to this personality characteristics, and there are many similarities with other addictions. So it's like you never heal from being addicted to alcohol or recover, and it's the same with other addictions. Psychological safety and security, very important topic, but maybe too much discussed. So are the limits of challenge and opposite extreme with no pressure? Psychological safety, important topic, but maybe too much discussed. Where are the limits, borders of challenge and opposite extreme with no pressure? The question doesn't really make sense. So where to push and where not? Well, I'm in a situation where I have this mental image of a painting with a piece of a mountain and some water surface, and in the back there is some forest, and I'm asking myself, where should I go? Which part will be most satisfactory for me? And what I want to say is that it can be different for everyone. And it's important to know where I am, what environment is around me, that I'm standing on a solid foundation, and if I can control what's under me. So if I can swim when in water, if I can find my way in the forest, and if I can climb the mountain. Because if I'm in a different environment where I cannot find my way, it will be difficult for me. So I would answer by a question. What is the relationship of the coach with the athlete, and how well do they know them? Because this is very much related. And also, I would like to do some promotion for my workshop. We will be actually touching on this topic as well. But it's outside, so you will have to get outside of your comfort zone. Last question, and please reply very briefly, 2 or 3 sentences maximum. Our topic is performance and non-performance. So, performance or non-performance? And should we even put it in this either or? As I get older, I'm thinking more and more that it's the innate characteristics that play an important or the main role in the performance. And we can just try to speed up or slow down based on whether our decisions are good or bad. I will not say one of them. I think both are important. And we heard yesterday that in tennis they play the exchange and then they have few seconds of non-performance, and that helps them to continue in the performance. So I will not choose. For me, it's both. If I have to select, then I choose performance as a means for development, for positive change. So as a former athlete, it would be difficult for me to be only in the non-performing phase. Or I'm not a former athlete, but I do sports. An athlete is predetermined to perform. And probably, even after ending their career, they will still have this feeling that they have to perform. And they should know that it doesn't have to be top performance all the time, and that in some areas of their life they can be non-performing, and this is also correct. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas and interesting information, and we hope to see you at some future conferences. We have one last task for you, to select the best question so that the person who asked can get one of the 2 books. And we will give you some small rewards in the meantime. So, coaching styles, sleeping in one room, where the research should go. Can you recover from addiction on exercise? And the last one was performance versus non-performance. Well, all of the questions were good. As it's 4 of us, so we will take question number 4. Can you recover from addiction, for fully recover from addiction on sport? So if we have the person who asked, please come and choose your book.
Okay, so I would like to thank Dana, Daniela, Veronica, and Eva for being with us today. Okay, thanks a lot for your patience while we just, change the stage setup. And before the break, that's scheduled in some 45 minutes, so we will wait for a minute or two. So please close the door, those of you who are at the back of the room. And I would like to welcome Antonín Vyhnánek. So Antonín, please take the floor. Antonín is a member of our association. He's a psychologist who combines psychology and sport, as well as everyday life. And his company, he has a brand called Cela Fit, which means like fully fit. And Antonín works not only with professional athletes, but he also runs a lot of seminars for parents and also coach development. Currently, he is also involved in coach training of Gymnathlon, which is a partner organization of our association, and Antonín does some training for their coaches. So if you think that your arousal isn't as high as it was at the beginning, so I believe that Antonín will bring it up again. Good morning, thanks a lot for the introduction, and thanks for giving me the green light for having a dynamic presentation as I like it. I would like to have a few words for Dr. Scott and Barbara Kiasová. I really understand that you felt nervous before your talks, so thanks for sharing that. Some 2 months ago, I started learning to dance. And I started to learn dancing based on a video, and the first that I learned was dancing is so easy. And when we talk about Gestalt therapy in psychology, in sport psychology, it gives rise to many fears. And I will tell you, it will be really easy. But then, from my dancing experience, I can say that it wasn't really that easy as promised. So what can Gestalt therapy do for sport psychology, and how can it help us to perceive performance and non-performance in top sport. We are a team of authors, me, Kristina Kaczmarska and Petra Kasalová. We prepared this presentation together. Kristina was supposed to be here with us today, but unfortunately she cannot be here due to health reasons. So I will have, just the empty chair here on the stage, which is a technique, which is part of the Gestalt therapy. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it makes less sense. But now a question for you. Do you think it's possible to non-perform while performing? Anyone who would like to sit here on the chair and just sit there and doing nothing, but be subject to so much exposure? So if you decide to go on the stage and sit on the chair, is it performance? And unfortunately, I don't have an assistant like David Scott had, so I will have to pick up someone. And if I pick, you, and I tell you, please come here to the stage, how would you respond? How would it make you feel? These are the important questions. We have to think about ourselves, about our feelings. And these are also the questions we ask athletes, in different stages of their professional and personal life. And while preparing this talk, we did interviews with athletes. We had scheduled an interview with a professional ice hockey player who was, uh, nearing to his burnout, but he decided to switch his team, but then he just canceled the interview. And we said, okay, so let's talk to more athletes. And we conducted, a number of interviews with Šárka Kašpárková, who is an Olympic, champion, who has already ended her career. We talked to Tomáš Materna, who is a football player in a club in Brandýs nad Labem. He's 19, he's a defender. He wants to join the Czech national team. We also talked to Tomáš Štverák, who runs ultramarathons. He has taken part in the Chamonix race, and he's one of 5 people in the world who have done the double Everest challenge, which basically means that you run, uphill and downhill, just as if you climbed, Mount Everest twice. We also talked to para-athletes, to one para-athlete who is, a champion in some athletic disciplines, and he was supposed to get ready for the World Championship this year, but he got injured and he had a break for 5 months. He wants to go to the, European Championship next year, and we ask all of them about performance and non-performance and pressure. And we also asked a bronze medalist in judo Czech championship. And how to talk about performance and non-performance in terms of Gestalt. Tomáš Materna says, in relation to his injury and non-performance, that it also had an impact on his personal life, on his relationship with his girlfriend. And he thought that there was something that prevented him from doing what he liked, where he could perform, where he could move forward. When I think about performance and non-performance, you can see, performance and non-performance on the 2 columns in the back of the room. Unfortunately, the online participants cannot see that. So we've got the performance corner and we have the non-performance corner. And, they are in 2 different corners, which would give you an impression that these are 2 different perspectives, that they are, in opposition, in conflict. But is it really, a dichotomy? Yesterday we heard from our colleague in Hungary who won an Olympic medal.
Was it was it a polarity situation, or was it a process that resulted in the best performance? And when we look at this via the Gestalt perspective, it's something that is a natural part of the sports life. Some of you slept better tonight, some of you didn't sleep that well. We consider it natural that we lay down and we sleep. We consider it natural that the sun goes down and night will arrive. And it's a process. And sports performance also is a process that can include injuries and must include non-performance. The performance is affected by several areas. I liked that the innate factors were mentioned during the panel debate, but also skills, physical condition, and current shape. And we can also look at this from the perspective of athletes, how they are experiencing it. And at the same time, we are trying to discuss what a coach can do to improve the sports performance of their athletes or to help them to get back to sports performance. Some general principles defined also are the basic principles of the Gestalt psychotherapy. It works a lot with the word contact. It doesn't really mean physical contact, but it's contact with myself, with others, and with various situations. And again, we can uh, go back to the lecture of Bara Kiasova. If the coach is too aroused, in high arousal, he is in a higher contact with the game or with the referee when he feels the need to intervene. And in Gestalt, we are asking, to what extent is the athlete in contact with their body? Because they are used to work with their body. There are techniques that exist, breathing, grounding techniques, when you have to start focusing. You know these techniques, and they actually increase the contact with oneself. Gestalt also works with the perspective of sense. This is crucial, especially in the moments of some existential challenges, and an injury can be an existential challenge for an athlete. We had a situation where an athlete received really bad communication from their sponsors, and they said, well, either you bring a medal, or if not, we will not give you more money. How is the athlete supposed to focus on the sports performance in such a situation? How are they supposed to feel? There can also be the fear of failure, and I can ask myself some questions that are causing anxiety. I'm saying to myself, well, I'm working so hard, I'm performing so well, and I'm not selected for the national team. And then you have the all relationships between the coach and the athlete and the team around them. What happens with their authenticity afterwards? And what do we even mean by being authentic? We ask the athletes what does it mean for them, and we have some answers. Richard Karlchak said that it teaches him discipline and way how to behave in life. Tomáš Tverák said that it's important for him to do the sport because he loves it. None of them says what's important to me for me is to get a medal or to be the best in the world. They focus in their answers more on the process, on the journey, rather than on the outcome, on the qualification, draft, winning the medal, position on the scoreboard. And this, of course, impacts the identity of the athlete. Because if I see my value only in my performance orientation, and this does not apply only to athletes, uh, we discussed this with a colleague who said, you have met people who are very much performance oriented and they see their value only in the performance. Someone can think, well, I'm only valuable if I'm the captain of the team. So if the sportsman has a really rigid focus on their performance, for example, on going to the World Championship, then what happens if they are no longer a high performance athlete? What happens to them? What will happen to their mental health? How we, as professionals in mental health, will work with that? How will they process the end of their career? I discussed this with Sharka Kashparkova, and she said, I didn't stop because I wasn't able to perform or I wasn't enjoying it. It was when my child was born, and my child now thinks it's because of her. It was, but only partially, because the sense of what I'm doing changed for me, and I was no longer so oriented on winning the medal, which is what everybody wants when they are an active sportsman, but more, the focus was more on the process and on the internal values the athlete has. And what is positive is to have flexibility in one's identity, to know what skills I have, what opportunities I will choose to apply my competencies and my skills. This rigidity is really getting stuck in one point, entrenched, and applying only one style, repeating the same tactic in a game. And this is not the correct approach. You can see it in your everyday lives. People sometimes are compensating such situations via food. Too much food, too little food. And when the identity crisis comes because you are no longer a top level athlete or you are not selected in the national team, and you look around and you see people who are starting to help themselves with some substances or alcohol because they don't see any other opportunities for themselves.
So what does it mean for performance in sport? And let's go one by one. So if an athlete relates his or her identity to the innate abilities, and if there is some consistency, this makes it possible to become self-aware of one's abilities and to become authentic. And by authentic, I mean that it will be me who will decide how I will perform as an athlete. But this also applies to coaches. So it's my decision how I will behave as an athlete. It's not just an impulsive decision how I communicate with the coach or the coach with the athletes, but it's a meaningful decision. It's a decision based on self-awareness. On the other hand, authenticity really means that I'm ready to be self-aware and to make self-aware decisions in opposition to rigidity, which means that you are just stuck with one strategy. It can be just, a communication strategy. It doesn't have to be a strategy in sport. I'm sure that you know people who come and say, no one likes me. Sometimes we do communication training outside the sports community, and maybe some, managers, shout at people, and they say, I'm always right. When I say that, it will be like that. So, why would people listen to this? And this is something that we work on, not, you know, blaming the person, but asking why. Why do you do this? Why do you behave like this? If you do it, uh, aren't you missing something? And if so, what are you missing? We asked one of the athletes, what is authenticity for you and how do you cope with it? And you can see the, self-aware decision. He says, when I come on the field, I really act as a bastard. And that is a quote. But if I look at Cristiano Ronaldo, they also look like that, in the field. But otherwise, I think, I'm a nice person in my everyday life. But I opt for a certain style in the field, and that is being authentic. That you really make a conscious decision how you want to act, how you want to play. And as part of the therapy and psychological intervention, it's good to foster the self awareness, not only of the athlete but also of the coach. So, to ask a question, why I think this is bad approach? Why is it that I'm not happy about this behavior? An example from figure skating. I One of the figure skaters thought that she wasn't doing well on a specific ice rink. So we had to ask a question, what was missing on this specific ice rink? Because if we have a look or if we approach performance and non-performance as a process, we will, you know, lose the fear of non-performance. We will, get rid of the feelings of blame, self-blame. David Scott said yesterday that we need to have trust in the players. That it's a relationship of trust between the coach and between the athletes. We have to have trust that we will manage rough periods as well as the good periods. And in Gestalt therapy, this is called contact with the objective. And it means that we know what we are doing, why we are doing it, what the limits are. Again, back to the talk by our Hungarian colleagues. Anna showed us the graph showing her performance, and she also showed that the performance drop was actually corresponded to her personal growth. We say that during non-performance, we can absorb what is happening in my life and use it for further development. And this can lead to activation, to arousal, and be ready to perform maybe better than in the past. Because if we only focus on the results, on the outcomes, it will have an effect on us. Just imagine that you, as an elite athlete, you only focus on the result. It creates pressure, by definition. And I'm not saying this is necessarily bad, because of course there are goals. You have to get to the next round, you have to win a medal. But if you start internalizing external demands, this just increases the pressure, the tension. Because then we have different styles, even speakers have different speaking styles, but we need to be authentic. If a speaker isn't authentic, you will tell as the audience, and uh, also it will, create pressure on us. And the same applies to, the players. Again, each player has a different style. So again, we asked, uh, how do you experience pressure? Where do you feel it in your body? And Richard Karlchak said that when he presses for the outcome, he has breathing difficulties. That's where he feels the pressure in his body. And we worked a lot before the Czech championship uh, on breathing. And he said he felt, compressed chest. And when he said that he does training with no expectations of results, it feels easier. It's just easier for me to train. And we asked Tomáš Tverák the same question. And he said, well, I need some pressure. It's natural. We need to be motivated to get the results. But he also said, it's fine to be nervous a little bit, but if you are too nervous, it basically slows you down. It slows down your performance. Because then you focus more on if you can make it than on making it. We also asked Tobias Materna, how was it for you? And he said that there was no pressure from the club. There was no pressure for him to get back the performance, but he had internal pressure because he wanted to be good at what he was doing. He wanted to improve. He said he felt support from the club and from the coach, but what he was missing was maybe being asked by the coach or a psychologist after a few weeks without training sessions, just being asked, how are you? Because I just wanted to see that someone was interested in me, in how I was feeling. So I really needed to realize that they considered me to be part of the team, part of the whole. Because ironically, if you decide what you want to control, what you want to focus on, and you let go the uncontrollables, and there are uncontrollables, maybe the condition of the eyes, the condition of the uh, lawn, or other, uh, or maybe the draws in judo and other sports. So you cannot control who will be your opponent, and we've seen that once a coach told a judo player, well, this is a tough opponent, you are not very likely to win. Well, that will not have the best impact. So we have to let go the uncontrollables and we have to focus on what we are good at. That worked for the athletes. So what are the takeaways? So 4 takeaways. Practical takeaways. Takeaway number 1, performance and non-performance are not a dichotomy. It is a process and both of these are part of the process. And maybe, if we are brave enough, we will take off the signs, performance, non-performance from the columns and put them together, bring them closer. Takeaway number 2, do not feel that non-performance is something bad. No, it is just a space for coping with the situation and for working with your mindset, with the mindset of the athlete, with the mindset of the coach. Because you have to just think that performance will come back one time. Takeaway number 3. During the period of non-performance, after an injury, after a lost match, focus more on the journey, on the process, than on the result. So, when a player comes back after some time away, just ask him, how are you? What would you need? Also, we need to gradually uh, bring the performance to the original level. Really, do it step by step, so that it's not from 0 to 100. So that will help them uh, move. We also have to work on their personal growth. Why can the period of non-performance be useful actually? I know I've promised that some videos will be available and you can actually watch them on this link. uh, I think maybe at the beginning of December, you will get a worksheet from my presentation, a handout. You will also get the full interviews there. One of them is 14 minutes, one of them is 20 minutes, one of them is even 40 minutes. You will also find the slides there. And the password is Sam Salafit. You can see it on the right of the slide. And if you want to stay in touch, here are the contact details. Thanks a lot for bearing with me.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for respecting the time very well. Well, you kind of very clearly told me to stick to the time, so I had no choice. So, you mentioned many interviews and names. I presume all of the mentioned persons know you were mentioning them. Yes, they know about it and they agreed with it. And if by any chance they would change their mind in between now and the St. Nicholas Day, they can withdraw their consent and you will not find the video. So we told them, until the moment we put it online, you can tell us no, but once it's out basically. Could you explain why athletes are excessively identifying with their sports identity and how to prevent this? Well, this is a great question. Maybe it's already the winner of the book reward, and there will be more. But really thank you to the person who asked the question. It shows that you are thinking a lot about the topic. But I can't really answer because there are so many factors. And what to do, how to prevent it, focus on the other roles that we have as athletes or coaches. Michal, when he opened the conference, he said he has different roles. Uh, a cyclist, well, not so much now, but father, builder of his house. And the role actually gives you also a sense of life. And if you have more roles, this prevents a situation where the person will break down once they are no longer captain of the team, for example, because that happens, or when they have to stop with their careers. We need to provide them with explanation of the importance of other roles. Uh, for example, there was a hockey player who didn't have another role or another important role, and he started drinking and playing, uh, hazardous games. While Sharka Kashparkova is the great example of a smooth transition. Uh, Maybe just how you address the person is closely related to their identification. We heard associate professor who said, I'm definitely not an athlete. So how does a personal identity change when it stops being defined by result and starts being defined by a process? Well, it's quite simple what happens with the identity. Once I stop being performance oriented, new opportunities and new identities are opening up in front of me because I become aware that I'm performance but also non-performance, and I accept it, and I'm actually allowing myself to accept it. How you work with an athlete who says that if they don't perform, they will be in total financial crisis for the next 6 months. Like they will not get paid or no longer we be part of a sports center. Well, this is a frequent situation. Extra pressure. You will have no money. You will not get on the national team, and so on. We are trying to make them realize what this situation does to them. We are not working on the performance, but we are trying to solve their existential crisis, in fact. So we are trying to help them, support them in going through this existential crisis. How would you explain your ideas whose attitude is, well, at work you don't get paid if you don't have results, so it's the same? Well, actually it's true. When you go to a when you work, when you're in a job, you don't get paid if you don't do anything, but you have to change the perspective. Even if I'm in a non-performance, it doesn't mean that I don't perform at all. If I make one mistake in a game, it doesn't mean that I'm a bad player. And I would focus on that. Okay, this is right, but or this is correct what you say, but there must be some healthy borders, healthy limits. Performance versus money is too simple. Some relationship aspects are missing. Another question: why is rest sometimes harder than hard work? Well, very interesting question. I think maybe they could be collected in some articles or for some booklet. Well, this is the most difficult thing actually. Consciously do nothing is the hardest thing, and this is what we learn as psychologists. Just to be, just to reflect. Is it easy for you? It's actually really hard because it's hard work. How can a coach or an athlete get back into contact with oneself?
We have a great tool which can be a response to this question. This is really easy. The answer is your body. If you are so overwhelmed by the external stimuli, by the game, what you need to do is to, step back for a moment, to stop for a moment. And thus, you do the same thing, for example, if you are driving and if you are in a difficult situation, breathing will work. Just take a deep breath. Or maybe focus. So, I've exceeded, the allotted time, so I will have to use this mic. So really, focus on the present moment, here and now. Okay, maybe some of you already want to go for the coffee break, so then just, uh, focus on the here and now. That will make you aware of your body and yourself in your body. Or maybe, if you do this, you can also just scare some people. Okay, and one more question. if a coach sees that a player isn't authentic at some stage, but the coach doesn't know what to do, can actually the player support the communication? So, if I rephrase the question, the player isn't an authentic and doesn't know what to do. So, if the player can ask for some help himself or herself, well, definitely you can approach your coach, but what can you do as a coach if you are approached by a player who tells you, I feel I'm not being authentic? Well, really have information, have knowledge about what the options for this player are. Because if the player thinks he or she isn't authentic, they may feel they are doing badly in some aspects. And make the player aware of this and give them options. Because very often players feel under pressure and they feel they have no options. So, the last question, can you explain what Gestalt means in one sentence? And a follow-up question, is a psychotherapy training important for a sports psychologist, and what does it mean? Well, uh, it's three questions combined in one. I can explain Gestalt theory in one sentence. So, what is Gestalt? Gestalt describes, the existential context. In other words, it is our present existence here and now, here in this room with the people around here. And Gestalt changes if other people join your table. So sometimes you feel that you enter a room and suddenly the atmosphere in the room changes. And that means that the Gestalt has changed. So basically, Gestalt means the situational context, the existential context. Okay, the second question was, uh, is psychotherapy training important for a sports psychologist? That is my favorite question because I wonder whether I can ever answer no. I think that it's part of the development of a sports psychologist, but I wouldn't say it's necessary. And we discussed this with David Scott during the break. And in Canada, they have a model that they apply, and maybe therefore in Canada they do not need such psychotherapy training that much. But I think that, it should be included somehow. So, have you encountered athletes who told you, okay, I'm not doing this well, but then you found out that they also have some mental issues? So now choose the best question. So question number one, identification with the sport identity. So it's Veronica. So come and pick up your reward. Antonin, please stay on the floor, on the stage. And we have, a present for you. So Antonin, you like to work with the presence, with the present moment. And we were just wondering whether to introduce some activity. So, and we couldn't think of anything. So we wanted to get you engaged and ask you to do some activity. Well, if we have time, it's a great idea. And what would you like to do? What are your expectations of the activity? Do you want just some experimenting or experiencing? So we have 2 minutes. Please check your boundaries. This may not be comfortable for all of you. So as you are sitting at the tables, I think the people around you, it's the second day of the conference, but, have a look at the table next to you and get closer to the people sitting at the next table and get closer in a way that the boundaries between the tables will not be visible. So basically just choose someone from the next table and, hug them. And you can move freely to the foyer for the coffee break. You can keep hugging there.
much of the allocated time for this lecture. Now I hand over to Martin and Katka, who will introduce our next session. We will be interviewing a former successful tennis player and currently very successful in her role of mother, Lucia Shafarova. I invited Kachka to do this interview with me because they know each other for 30 years with Lucy. Looking at them, it seems almost unbelievable. So, do you remember when you first met? Lucy probably doesn't remember. It was a kids tournament. I was, I think, 9 and Luzka was 8, and I lost in the semifinals. And uh, I was, hearing information about Lucy throughout my life, and that was my first tournament, and I had a problem with my tennis racket, so I was actually playing with my dad's old artist racket. Well, you couldn't have won in such conditions. Yes, there were many kids tournaments that I played at. So first question, do you remember when you had your biggest non-performance, whatever you imagine by that or understand by that? Well, in my sports or even as a child, I was very, very motivated to do anything. When there was a challenge, I was the first to try it. And as for non-performance, the injury periods were very difficult for me, and I had many of these, especially in the beginning of my tennis career. You practice a lot, you spend a lot of effort on that, and then you get injured and you are off for 3 weeks and you have to start again. And in those periods, it was difficult for me to keep such mental state that I'm able to come back and that I can continue in my dreams and that I don't give up during the journey. And it took me a lot of time to fulfill my goals, my objectives, because my objective was get into the top 10, and it took me 12 years of my career. So it's quite a long period when you speak about an athlete's life. And there were many non-performance periods, mainly because of the injuries and illnesses. And I had to overcome that and continue. What helped you to, find the energy to overcome these difficult non-performance periods? Maybe kind of a strong will to go and follow my dreams, because I really believed that I'm able to achieve the goal, that I'm well performing enough, but my health was actually slowing me down. So it was often about, you know, accepting the situation. Of course, many times I was so frustrated that I said, well, I give up. I can't do this anymore. And then you kind of digest it, and then you say, well, I spent so much effort on that, so I'm not giving up now. Um, what helped me was to discuss these things with my sister, who also was a tennis player, and she's 10 years older. So this helped me to analyze the situation and have a, let's say, more approach more from above. and realize that it's only a minor part of a long career and that you have to get through this part to be able to continue fulfilling your dreams. Uh, you said that you had this long-term objective of being in the top 10. Had you reached it sooner, would you have stopped playing earlier? Well, it's difficult to say. As I said, I was always very motivated, so probably the top 10 would have changed to top 5. But those athletes who are, let's say, extremely more performing than others, in my case it was Serena Williams, who in her top shape you basically couldn't beat her. And she had so many wins and Grand Slams, and I was often asking myself, where does she get the motivation to continue winning and want more and more? Uh, First time, it's always best. When we first won the Australian Open, it was excellent, and then we won it again, and of course it was again great, but the joy, the feeling of happiness is not that big anymore. So then you have to come up with new goals, and I think for Serena it was that she wanted to beat the total women's record in the number of titles. The childhood period. Let's go back to that. You met when you were 9 or 8. So Lucy, when was the first time when you started to realize that you are good at it? When this idea started to appear, yeah, well, I could succeed. I could have the highest goals. Well, for me, I would say it was quite straightforward. I've waited to reach my objective 12 years, but when I was a child, I was always number one in my year nationally. Then I was in the top 10 junior world ranking and so on. So I had good results, and but the idea that I could be a professional was that I got into the top 100, and that when I won several of these challenger tournaments, so the lower category, and I had the first points, and I found out that I'm performing well enough to be among the top. And that was when I realized that maybe it's not just a dream, but it might be reality. So it was quite later, I could say. The role of parents is very important in children's sports. So what role did your parents play in your career? My dad was very strict. He was a tennis coach, and he trained me until my 10 years, and then I moved to the National Center in Prostějov. My mom never did any sports, so she was really the very much motherly type, calming me down. I loved it when mom would go to tournaments with me. She just kept smoking one cigarette after another, being nervous, but she wasn't, shouting on me or, stressing me. So probably my career didn't help her health, but this smoking allowed her to stay calm, while dad was really emotional, very nervous, and I really hated it when he was by the courtside. And even later, when I was 20 and older, I didn't want him to be there at the tournaments, at the matches. But then I actually realized that it's only my problem. It's something I have to solve myself. So then when was already, in the drive, I was maybe in the semifinals, I knew that he won't help me by his presence, but it won't stop me or restrain me. And then I accepted that he actually really wanted the best for me. Often he didn't do it in the best possible way, but he did what he thought was best. And I'm very grateful because without this, I wouldn't have reached the successes I did. And then I, of course, happily invited him for the French Open finals, where he, of course, was very nervous, but it didn't affect me anymore. When was this moment of realization when you realized that your dad wants the best for you but maybe didn't use the best possible method? Well, it took a lot of time. It was maybe, I would say, in the second phase of my career, when I was 30, 23 or older. I also started to use some mental training, which didn't really exist in our environment when I was in the junior category. What is a bit of a shame, or is that the beginning of my career was very much driven by negative motivation. You know, well, you can't do it. And then I wanted to prove that I can do it. And this was actually a limiting factor for me when I was in the semifinals or finals of a big tournament. And in the key moments, I was not fighting only my opponent, but also myself. And without this, probably I would have played even better. I think it was lowering my performance a bit. But again, it's part of personal development, and everybody has their own issues. In America, I've seen that the girls were extremely positively motivated, positive motivation driven, where the coaches would tell them, "You are the best, nobody can beat you, everybody else is not good." I didn't like this either because I think it should at least be somehow linked to the real situation so that you have a real idea of where you are standing. You said that you started working on yourself at some point. When did you discover, these mental coaching, mental training? I think maybe it was here in Olomouc. And I have some relation with Olomouc, around 20 years of my age. And in tennis, you are very lonely. Even though there are more Czech players, you play at different times, you have different program for the day. So it's me and my coach, and then when you are injured, you really feel alone, and I felt I didn't feel happy in the environment. So I had this idea, I will start to study psychology. So I actually got accepted to uh, the university in Olomouc. I studied for 1 year and a half, and then I had to stop because I didn't have enough time for that. And I tried to come back 2 years later again. I didn't have time enough, but it helped me to kind of separate myself a bit from this uh, old tennis circus, we might say. And I cooperated with a psychologist here. I don't remember the name then, with a Slovak psycholog. So I can say that I tried many approaches because I was aware of the fact that my mind is slowing me in my career. So I was kind of trying more things. And also with age, you learn a lot of new things about yourself and you're able to process it internally. So I'm glad I tried and tested many things back then, but also time.
So let's start with the questions from the audience. Did the upbringing by your father impacted how you bring up your children? Answer: definitely. I want to do many things differently than my father did. Generally speaking, I think that, you know, until the children are 10, that is in the early age, it's important to teach the children as many sport disciplines as possible. And my daughter plays tennis, and she also started doing figure skating, you know, which I prefer tennis because, the atmosphere was better than the ice rinks when it's cold. She also do gymnastics, skiing in the winter, we do a lot of cycling. Yeah, so we are a family that, you know, do sport. We love being outside, going to the countryside, and I'm trying to motivate her in a positive way. Of course, it's not always easy because she's very motivated, very hardworking. I don't know who she takes after. So sometimes it's challenging, but I do my best to communicate with her as much as possible, to explain things to her, and to give her the best of myself and of what I could learn. Well, you did sport at the top level. So, looking back at your experience, would you like your children to experience the top level in sport as well? Answer. Well, a very difficult question. As I have a sister who is 10 years older, I've got two nieces who actually who saw my sister and me, and they fell in love with tennis. And my sister wasn't really sure whether she wanted her daughters to go over what I went in my career, which gives me sort of, broader perspective. I can see the nieces, I can see my daughter, I can see my sister. I will definitely support my daughter in doing what she enjoys. And if she says, Mom, I enjoy sport, and if I see that she is talented, I will support her. But then I know how difficult it is because in tennis, you are not the winner every week. You know, have lost matches as well. Then, add to that the injuries or the traveling time. I once calculated that basically I change the time zone every 3 days. It gives you a lot. It moves you forward. So I could imagine uh, the, being there with my daughter. But then if I see that this is not, her piece of cake, I will not press her, push her. Do you remember how you overcame the crisis when you wanted to give up tennis? Well, the first crisis came when I started the studies because suddenly I, emerged or I, got into a different world, the academic world, and it gave me a different perspective. And, in all areas of life, in all walks of life, you have obstacles, you have something to overcome. And every time I faced a crisis, I realized that I really did enjoy tennis. That if I go and play, I'm happy. So, this is an important ingredient for every athlete. And I think if the athlete doesn't feel the sport makes them happy, it is really difficult then to make it to the top. If it's just, the external pressure, from the coach, from the parents, and it's not the internal pressure, the internal ambition, it's very difficult to overcome this. A question. Well, you mentioned your coaches. So, which of your coaches uh, gave you a lot in terms of the positive and in terms of the negative? You do not have to, give names, but maybe just, qualities of the coaches. Well, in my experience, each coach had a different role in my career, and it always, moved me forward. And if there was one thing that I did right in my career, I think I, felt the moment when the relationship between me and my coach was no longer beneficial. So usually, we broke up on friendly terms until I was 10. My father was my coach. Then I went to the tennis center in Prostějov. My coach was David Kotyza, which is one of the top coaches in the world in terms of tennis technique. And then I had a series of coaches. One of them was actually a female coach, which was also very different. It felt different working with a female coach because there are very few female coaches in the tennis community, also because of the traveling. So, in each stage, the coach taught me something, be it the technique, be it the tactics. And Rob Stackley, a Canadian coach, was the one with whom I experienced, the best successes. He was very positive, very optimistic, and he managed to, and he was very good at managing the seriousness of the moments. For example, when he came to the match, he said, "Oh, have a look at the butterfly that is flying here." And I was saying, "Well, I'm losing the match, and you are speaking about butterfly." So he was very good, in psychology. He knew how to actually distract me from when I needed it. I remember once I had a series of matches in the US. I spent like months and a half there, and then we went to Canada. And it was a year when I suffered an injury and I had to do more matches. And from the US, I went to Tokyo, to Japan for an Asian tour, and I was really exhausted. It was simply too much. Also, the jet lag. And in Tokyo, I lost the first set. And my Canadian coach came for on-court coaching, and he said, "Well, we've flown all the way here to Tokyo." And I said, "Well, why are you shouting at me?" But he told me, "We didn't come to Tokyo for you to sit here and lose the game." And I looked at him and then won the match. So I think the important thing for coaches is to, feel the right moment when to maybe distract the player and when to press the player, push the player. And I think this was something that Rob Stackley was very good at. So he knew how to work with me to, squeeze the best out of me. Okay, next question. If your father hadn't been as negative, do you think you would ever play as a professional tennis player and be so successful? Answer, well, hard to say. It's the as what if. Maybe if he was more of a positive motivation for me, maybe I could have been even better. So I think this was how the life was. And I think each of us, face such obstacles that we can overcome. And I mean, I was sort of destined to overcome this. I managed to cope it. We have a nice relationship with my father, and I think that, there are no regrets on my part. You mentioned David Kotyza as a coach. Do you think that there are, enough good tennis coaches in the Czech Republic? Answer, well, if we have a look at how many good tennis players we have in the rankings, there are quality tennis coaches here, definitely. And I think it's really beautiful, given the size of our country. I was very often asked, do you drink, water that is different from the rest of the world in the Czech Republic? Why is that? That you have so many good male and female tennis players? Because, of course, in some countries that have grand slams, they have, a lot of funds to support the players. I was lucky enough to have some sponsors because my parents couldn't afford to pay for a coach who could travel with me. But for example, in the US Association gives the players a budget that just makes it possible for them to travel as much as they want. They have a condition coach, physical condition coach, so the players have no stress. But on the other hand, they may not be as motivated to make it. I knew that my parents couldn't afford it, and that if I do not make it within 3 years, I will run out of money to do what I want to do, to travel around the world and play tennis. So this is great motivation. But in the tennis, you know, you start from zero at the beginning of each year, which makes it really stressful, and the stress changes every year. So if you have an injury, you go down in the ranking, and you know there's a lot of money in the tennis community, in the tennis business, but it's money for the top 50, top 100. But actually, traveling around the world, paying for the coach, all of this is very expensive. And it's not just one coach. You need a psychologist. You need, a physical fitness coach. So if the player doesn't have, sufficient funding to rely on, it may be an issue. Question: What is this? What do you think about a parent being the coach? Do you think it can work even at the highest level? Answer: Well, that's really tough. I think that if parents act as coaches, the children feel it as being evaluated, assessed all the time for to be loved by the parents. So it's very difficult to differentiate between the two roles. For example, Caroline Wozniacki and her father. I think this is the only well-working pattern in the tennis world. There are more examples in terms of positive motivation. So, but there are few of them. And I can give the example of my daughter, who just says, "No, you are not right." And she says it at the age of 5. So I say, "Well, great, you are 5, and you know that this is not the right thing." Mm? So I can imagine that I would, talk to her coach. They would have the professional relationship, and I would keep the parental relationship with my daughter. Because something I really wouldn't like to see is losing my relationship with my daughter because of being her coach. I think that just it doesn't pay off. And maybe if we get to your top years in the career, did you have any rituals before matches? Well, I always received some small gifts from my fans, from my supporters. And I had the biggest success with Betani Mateksen, and she always complained that it was only me who received the gifts. So I very often get, some pendants, something to put on my back. And in China, we got the big fluffy bears. They were, enormous. And Bethany sometimes, just scared me and said, "Okay, maybe there is a CCTV inside that fluffy bear, and they are watching you." Maybe she said it because she wanted me to give her the bear. I was quite superstitious when I was a young child, so I always wanted to be on the same bench. But you quickly understand that this is not how it works, and I just became less superstitious. And as I've said before, I was rather overmotivated. So before each match, it was important for me to concentrate, to breathe, and then perform. So some people use music. Personally, I wanted something to calm down, to breathe, to do some breathing exercises, and then just warm up and do my best.
When we ask about your best performance, what would you say? Well, give birth to my children. That's, of course, the biggest performance of my life. But speaking from a sport perspective, I'm quite happy that I can say that I have many of the best performances, or that I reached many of the important goals. Every tennis player wants to win a Grand Slam. I managed 5 times in doubles. So that's even better that you can share the emotions with someone. I got into the finals of French Open. I played against Serena Williams, and it was really a great result. Win in doubles and be in the finals in singles. This meant that I played at least one match per day, so that was very demanding both mentally and physically. And Fed Cup competitions were also very demanding, both physically and mentally, because it's a team competition, the only team competition we have in tennis. I loved it, but at the same time, I felt a big responsibility towards the team. When you are playing on your own, okay, you lose, too bad. But when you are part of a team and you lose, and then the team doesn't succeed, uh, that's kind of it was a bit restricting, especially if it's in front of a full O2 arena in Prague where everybody's looking at you. And sitting in sitting on the bench before the match, I was almost throwing up because I was so nervous. That year before, we played against the Russians in Moscow, and I lost both matches. But luckily, despite that, we won. And in Prague, at home, I didn't want to be the one who doesn't bring anything to the team. And I won, and that was a turning point compared to the year before, you know. Forget about the failure, go on the court in front of all the people and win. And also the Rio Olympics, that was a great performance moment. We won the bronze medal with Barbora Stricová. I couldn't compete in the singles because I had a stomach bug. I was just throwing up for a week, basically. But in the end, we won the bronze. So despite not being in the best physical shape, I was so exhausted, and I had to get injections against vomiting just before the match. So my main objective was not to throw up on the court, and we managed, and we succeeded, and we won the bronze medal. And I'm really grateful for this whole a whole number of occasions. So you're serving. It's 01, 45, and 1540. What's in your head? Or in the player's head? Thinking, well, not to lose. Whatever the score was, and I think this is the best tactic you can have. I tried to be in the present moment. Of course, the player is aware of the score, especially if it's very negative. But the bigger importance you put on that, the less it helps you. So I always tried to approach each game as a new moment, new opportunity, do the best what I can in this moment and forget about what was before. But when you are in the zone and it goes well, then of course it's better to remember or know that I've won so many games now, so I'm strong. But when it's negative, I'm trying to leave it behind me. Do you have an overall statistics of your matches? Probably yes, but I don't know that by heart. Generally, I don't remember these details. I've spent 15 years playing tennis, so some of the years are kind of already merging, and I'm not so much focused on the statistics. When you were in a more difficult period of time and you had still good results? Did it help you? Or, when you had objective data, did you say it will help you? When there was the draw, I always hated when people told me, well, in the second or third, or you can play this one or that one. And I always said, no, I'm playing the first opponent first, and maybe I will not get to the next round at all. So, or people were telling me, you need to earn this and that many points, and then you will get to top, I don't know what. And I didn't like that. I wanted to focus on the now, and if I work correctly now, I can get to the potential future. And if not, I will never get there, and I will just be upset. Did you prefer singles or doubles? Well, in tennis, what's more prestigious is the singles games, but I really loved the doubles. I loved the team energy. When you are not doing well, your partner might help you. When you are winning, it's a great moment when you can share the joy and the experience. So I really like doubles. There's more variability, and it's a bit of a shame that more importance is given to singles because I think doubles are great. Media and public attention are a natural part of sports. So the pressure of media, how does it affect you? How did you work with that? The better the athlete is, the bigger the pressure. And again, it depends also on the nationality. You probably can't compare the attention we get here to the situation in the States or in the UK, where it's really horrible with all the paparazzi. I experienced the er, the era when the social networks started to become important. So the managers were saying, yeah, you have to update, you have to provide content to your fans, you have to inform them. But there is a lot of negative energy also appearing there when you lose a match, and I was really feeling very, very sad, very, ashamed or everything. And then you look at your mobile and you have all these messages from the fans, and they really take their gloves off when they write the messages. Often they are betting on the matches and then they get pretty nasty. So it's quite difficult to accept this, especially when you don't fully understand the dynamics of the whole matter. And then I just learned that I can't control it, I can't affect it, and I just have to accept it. And I tried to take the positive things from the fans, because there were many fans that are really supporting me, that come and give me the small present or the teddy bear, or that I'm a role model for the kids. All these are the positive aspects the athlete should focus on, and just accept that there is also the negative side, also because of the social media. I was getting messages that someone will kill me. I got sent a piece of a photo of some shit in the toilet by someone. So really weird, but you just have to filter it out. So at the beginning, you were managing your social networks on your own, or did you have someone? Well, it was a mix, I would say. My coach was into it. We were shooting many funny videos, so he was the one who was administering it. What's the mental prep? How does mental preparation for the top moment season look like? It's not easy to define the top moment of the season in tennis. Plus, it's basically impossible to remain in top form throughout the year. So there are some peaks, let's say the Grand Slams or the 1000 category tournament. So you try to peak for these top events, but it's not easy. and it's very individual, I would say. Depends on the person. I think the mind is very important. You need to clear your head, especially when there are several tournaments in a row. So I think maybe before the Grand Slam, it's better to have 1 week off, like no tournament, practice well, maybe get really in good physical shape if you have some minor injury to be best prepared. Active breaks during the preparation. What do we mean by that? What is an active break? A period with a deliberate pressure to not perform. When you say active break, for me, it would be after some real break, like full relaxation. It's something in not like full practice. You just play at 50% pace, something like that. But I'm not sure you can apply this to tennis because we are in active rest basically even when we are on holiday. I don't really know this concept of laying down and doing nothing. Diet and healthy relationship to food. Well, of course, I was used to eating the typical Czech dishes with heavy sauce and knedlíky, dumplings. So, and I was never like a big uh, physio type. So until 14, I didn't think about this at all. Then there was some nutritional specialist who told me that maybe it would be better to eat a bit lighter food before the practice and before matches. There are diet nutritional experts provided by WTA. We have the physicals check and aimed at health, and there is also a nutritional expert there who can provide you some counseling. And I think it's a really important part because people often don't realize to what extent good quality diet affects the performance. So from 18, I can say that I really was focusing a lot on eating healthily to a point where maybe in one phase it was a bit excessive, but it's very, very important. You said that it was the doubles that were most fulfilling for you. You were number one in doubles and number five in singles. So where did you have to perform more? Of course, when we speak about physical performance, it's the singles because you are alone on the court and the court is quite big. And if you play with Serena or similar type players, they play really fast, so you don't have much time to think and you just have to react very quickly. So that would be my answer. Did you have a moment where you felt during your career that you needed to slow down, but the circumstances didn't allow for that? Well, I had this feeling basically all the time. But there was a moment when I told myself that it's really difficult, this uh, tennis uh, yearly program. So we won this bronze medal and we had this nice celebration in the Czech house there locally. But then all the athletes traveled back to Czechia and they were received, here presenting their medals and their successes with the fans. And with Bara, we had to sit in the plane and go to Cincinnati. And the very next day, I played a singles match and I lost, and I was in the changing room very sad, and I was thinking to myself, well, 3 days ago I won an Olympic medal, and now I'm so, sad and heartbroken. And it's so cool, going so fast in the tennis. It's good when you are not successful, you have many other chances to succeed, but when you succeed, you don't really have time to enjoy the moment and to absorb it. And only when I finished my career, I could realize that I was really successful and that I have achieved a lot and really appreciate that.
So, if your daughter told you that she will become a professional tennis player, or if she had chance of becoming a professional tennis player, could you recommend her something to enjoy the positive moments during the active career, not to wait until the end to enjoy it? Well, I could share some tips with her, but then I think it's something that everyone needs to go over themselves, go through themselves. You know, just if I tell you that the water is cold until you feel it yourself, you will not believe. And I think it works the same. It's very difficult to realize, to change your mindset while you are in the active career. But it's important to keep saying that, and maybe she will realize sooner than I did. What mental skills do you think are important to be successful in an individual sport such as tennis? Well, you need stamina, you need patience, you need mental toughness. It's also good to be selfish, even though selfish isn't a positive quality as such. But in individual sports, if you are a little bit selfish, it does help. And then you need passion for the sport. That's the foundation, I would say. If you look back over your career, you were top one in doubles, top five in singles. Do you think that you really used your potential well, or that you could have been better in singles, top one, top two, top three? Well, athletes are never happy with themselves. Of course, I'm happy that we didn't win the Wimbledon with Bethany, because in that year we did the Career Grand Slam, we won Australian Open, French Open, US Open, and actually Wimbledon was the only tournament that we lost. But Bethany injured her knee, and she couldn't play for a year. So that's something, I regret. In my single player career, I wanted to win the Grand Slam, but I didn't. But then I am happy. It's not that I would be sitting at home and just, regretting what I didn't do. I like to say that I finished, in the right moment, in the good shape, and I just realized that, you know, new life phase was ahead of me. I sometimes play tennis. I played in Charleroi with Bethany because she was finishing her career, and we were joined by two more players. I like sport. I like tennis. I still love it, but my professional career is over. If we had a time clock, a time machine, is there a match that you would like to play again, and why this particular match? Well, maybe I would like to go back to the finals of French Open when I was winning 3-2 over Serena Williams, and 3-0, 3-love, sorry. And I would say, okay, maybe you will do it, but no, generally I don't want to go back. And as I said, there is nothing I regret. My question is, how do you feel the sports community, the attitudes of children, young people towards sport, if you compare your childhood and the childhood of today's children? Well, since my nieces play tennis, my daughter also did her first tennis match, and you can see, 5-year, 6-year-old girls playing, and some parents are already recording the matches. So I was just, wondering, what will they be telling them at home while watching these videos? There are still many crazy parents who are more ambitious than the children, and I think that this actually spoils the sports community. In my opinion, sports should be something that is enriching for us, that is beneficial for us, that teaches us discipline, and it should be a community when we feel good. But what we see instead is a lot of rivalry, over ambitious people, which, which just does damage to the community. I think that all parents should want to see their children grow up in a sports community with good people, with wins and losses, but still respecting the others. And I think it could work really well if the adults created such an environment. So I think we will get you involved more in our association, because I think you have just phrased our objectives in the association, just to feel good here as a community without uh, or with as few negative factors as possible. Well, Lucia's comment, parents sometimes feel they need to be the coaches, but I think that they should maybe empower the coaches and just delegate the coaching on the coaches. Well, question, if you were approached by the Czech Tennis Federation as a successful tennis player to suggest 3 measures that could be introduced to have more tennis players, to have more fulfilling uh, tennis careers, to keep the players active, what measures would you suggest? It's hard to say because it's an individual sport and uh, all players are different. But for me, the very basic thing is to create a healthy environment for the very young children. It must be an environment the children like going to, that they enjoy, because sport should bring joy to the children's lives. It should make them love sport, and this is something they will take with them. And the role of the parents and coaches is to create a safe environment for the children. And if this worked, then it would be great. But unfortunately, the opposite is often the case. So then there is a lot of conflicts between the coaches and the parents and the children, and it is spoiled. But I think this applies not only to tennis, but also to other disciplines. At least those that uh, I have uh, managed to see. Of course, in some sports, when money is involved, the ambitions of parents may be even bigger. You and your partner are both very successful athletes. So do you think, where it can be beneficial to your children and where it can be detrimental to your children? Well, I think it can be beneficial because maybe they've got some, sports genes because they are really unstoppable. But I think if they want to do sport, uh, there are some, there is some common ground between all sports, and I think we can help them protect against some issues better. And where it can be detrimental, well, everywhere we go, my daughter hears, "You will be like your mother," even though it's her first tennis match. So you know, they have the performance of their children as something they will be compared to, and that may be detrimental. I would prefer if she did another sport other than tennis, because if she did tennis, maybe she would have it hard because of me. Well, we've got so many questions, very specific questions, so I will ask one specific question. What did you do to regenerate at big tournaments between matches, and how when you traveled to the other part of the world for another tournament? Well, speaking of regeneration, a lot of progress has been made. There are many regeneration options. Of course, you need a very good physiotherapist, because after a difficult match you feel spasm around your body. Some people uh, find cold bath beneficial, ice bath. I've tried it, but I didn't find it as beneficial. Of course, there are always fashionable things. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but again, it's something very personal. Maybe I prefer other things than Katka or than you. So again, it's about getting to learn your body, because it's only you who knows what makes your performance optimal. But definitely a good physiotherapist is good. Well, and when traveling, we need to arrive 1 to 3 days in advance before the tournament. If you travel to Australia, then you travel even more days in advance, but then the schedule of tennis players is so busy that sometimes you just arrive and you have a match the next day. A question, uh, but you plan the schedule yourself in a way. So maybe if you aren't under a fear that you have to do so many and so many matches, maybe it would be easier to plan it in a less busy way. Well, if you are Serena Williams and you perform like Serena Williams, and you know that if you play your best you will win, so maybe Serena did only 12 tournaments a year. Today we've got the 4 Grand Slams, then we've got other tournaments, 1,500 that are obligatory for the players. When I made it to the top 10, I had to sign a binding contract, and I had to agree to play at more than 12 tournaments. Of course, it's us who sign up for the tournaments, but then, if it's a mandatory tournament, then I will get 0 points, in the ranking. So it's all interrelated. So, let's say, how often do you play today? Well, this week I've played a lot with my niece, 3 times. With Tomáš, my husband, we also go and play tennis quite often. So I've got 2 small children, so time is of the essence. I prefer not playing with my daughter, so she goes to a tennis child camp. But I do play tennis. I still have active relation with tennis. So that's it. And now a very hard question. Pick up one question, well, that you remember and that you find the best. There were so many questions. If you want to check the list. So it was the question about diet. Because I really think you need sort of holistic approach. But this is a psychology conference, so maybe, let's choose a question that is more related to psychology than nutrition. Okay, so the question about the pressure of the media, I think this is a very topical issue, and I think it is an issue that still that there is still a lot of things to work on. Okay, so thanks a lot. So thanks, Lucia. We have a little present for you. Enjoy the rest of the conference and have a nice day. So let's do it.
Well, lunch is on the agenda for now, but we still decided to take a few minutes of your time. The topic of safe environment was mentioned this morning. Also, Lucy touched on that. Uh, that there are things that are not that ideal in the sports environment. Yesterday, at the beginning of the conference, Martin and Katka mentioned that we are cooperating with the NGO Training with Respect. And therefore, we want to show you a piece of e-learning on the topic of safeguarding. Because topics like how to communicate with athletes, that's probably no longer that relevant for you. You know a lot about that. But there is also a part or a segment that focuses on legislation, and there was something that we found very interesting, and we tested whether the connection works, and it did. So hopefully it will work as well now. There are various e-learning modules on the website of Training with Respect, and also you can go through a short test, and then you can even get a certificate for undergoing this piece of training. Safeguarding, that doesn't really have an exact Czech term. It's protecting the safe environment, the safe sports environment, or protect it so that it remains safe. So this is something that concerns not only athletes but also parents, coaches, other people from the club. And if we all try to respect some principles, then it can contribute to making the safe space for everyone. So there are several modules that you can gradually go through. You can see the topics on the screen. And we decided with Martin to focus on the legal aspects. Do you think that there are some pieces of legislation that would apply to sport coaches? Is there something that is legislatively based that you have to respect? Well, there doesn't really exist anything like that, but what does exist are some rules and some commitments that the Czech Republic actually adheres to based on the signature of some international treaties. And you can see the list of these treaties and agreements, and you can find the information inside. So we should act in the best interest of the kid. we should empower the kids to contribute in the decision making, so to be able to affect what's happening to them. And I will not read all of them because that's what you can do when you sign in and uh, go through the modules. So there's quite a few of them, and we even have some of the safeguarding experts that already are working for some sports associations, and maybe you can talk to them during the breaks. Act on social protection of kids is important, and especially paragraph 2. Every citizen has the right, and in some cases also obligation, to report if there is a child in danger or endangered by something. So, this is a universal act and it applies to everyone. So, we don't need anything specific for sports coaches in this regard. The civil code says that we should act in a preventive way. It means preventing situations that can put children in danger. And this can be even in a situation when you as a coach or parent see that someone else is not treating kids in a safe way. So also you can intervene. And then there is the penal code, and also something that is in force from January this year, I think. It's the ethical code of the National Sports Agency that led to the creation of the position of safeguarders that work at sports associations. So, try to choose the correct answer. If a young athlete tells you that there is domestic violence, what should you do? Ask for details and verify whether they didn't just think it up. Contact the parents, contact the social services, and inform the responsible person within the club. So you would say number C, inform the social services. So you select, you say send, and it says that it wasn't really the correct answer because you should also inform the responsible person within the club or the association. But again, it's okay that you've only ticked one because the e-learning is also a learning opportunity, and we heard yesterday that mistakes help you to progress and to develop. So this is a clear example of it. And you have a blue flyer on your tables. Then the website is on the leaflet. This is an opportunity for you to study more, especially for the legislative legislation related area, which is something that is not that often mentioned or explained. And it will not take that much time to go through this e-learning. It's roughly 75 minutes. Thank you for your attention. And now some organizational comments. We will have the lunch break, and again, as yesterday, after the lunch break, you immediately divide into the 4 groups for the workshops, and the setup is the same as yesterday. Jan Juan here. Vendula will go outside, but you meet inside by the door. Please take your warm coats and hats, something to write with. Also, the Vendula can also or will also welcome English-speaking uh, participants because she can give you the instructions in English as well. Daniela Stakeva, third workshop on the top floor in the big hall, and Dominic, number 4, small hall. Dominic's workshop is in English, but Katka Vejvodova will help you with the translation if you need, and the discussions then can take place in Czech. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be continuing with our program shortly. Please come into the meeting room and take your seats. No, skoro. Don't forget your life vests. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our last session of the conference. When planning the agenda for the 2 days, we agreed that it might be maybe not enough to just talk about what to do, but we should also speak about how to do it. So, we are now in a situation in the office of a sports psychologist, and together we will observe the process how a sports psychologist works with their clients on development of their mental skills. And allow me to invite now Jana Novotná, Michal Šimeček and Ondřej Kupčík. And they will continue in the introduction themselves because they are in the best position to do it. Good afternoon. We thought that as we are speaking quite late, there might be only very few people, mostly members of our association. But we can see that you are quite determined and you also have this grit, as mentioned by Dr. Scott yesterday, because you're still here. Over the 2 days, we came often across the term mental skills, and people sometimes say, well, we all know what it is, and we don't need to talk about it anymore. So we decided to show you, especially to the coaches, how the work on mental skills looks like. Each of us selected our favorite technique, and we have some practical examples, concrete examples from our work, so that you as a coach, when you get the information that your athlete goes to a psychologist, you have an idea what is happening there. And there are also some overlaps into your coaching work. So in the future, you might be helping us with this. So we have a list of mental skills that were mentioned during the 2 days. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list. And we've selected 3 out of this list to show you how we work on that. But first, I would need 15 volunteers who need to get a bit more into the arousal zone. And please come here. People who need to get a bit of activation, physical activation. Those who need mental activation, please just stand up and I will explain what you are supposed to do. Those who need to calm down, it's on that side. Those who need mental activation, imagine you are doing imagine you're doing what they are doing in the corner, so jumping the rope. Imagine with your eyes closed that you are jumping the rope. You are in your favorite environments and you can even do some special jumping over the rope. So try to experience in your head 1 minute of jumping the rope. Those of you who need to calm down, I can show you the box breathing technique now. So those of you who remain seated, you can try this active regulation of mind and body. So we breathe in for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we hold the breath for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we exhale into our belly. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, we hold our breath for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you repeat 4 cycles, then you open your eyes and the exercise is over. So my virtual rope jumpers can exhale, maybe move your muscles a bit because it was quite a demanding performance, as I can see. I hope your 4 cycles of breathing are done. I hope you could hear me in all this noise. And we will continue in a while. So, 3 mental skills that we will be working on. Visualization and imagery. Second is mental resilience in the context of working with errors and regulating or controlling arousal, working with breathing. And we also inadvertently that did concentration or control of attention because everyone had to focus just on themselves. Several points related to mental skills training. If you see some promotional videos on Instagram, sometimes some videos pop up and it seems that mental skills training is interesting and the client is enjoying it. But of course, like physical training, physical practice, it's not exactly the same case. And same, tonight when you get home, you will be thinking, do I go for a jog or do I stay on the couch? And the same applies to mental skills training because sometimes the athletes don't really feel like they want to do it. During practice, you prepare training units, and mental skills training also requires some planning. You can't do everything at the same time. Imagine you would try to teach your athlete a new technique of long distance jump, and you would just tell him the new technique on the day of the competition. Probably that wouldn't work very well, right? And same about breathing. You don't want to tell them during the game for the first time. You need to practice first, and only then you can implement the knowledge into the race or the competition. And another important point is miracles do not happen overnight. So again, you need to practice and add more and more. Very rarely it happens that the techniques function 100% from the very beginning. Uh, Also, in the context of performance and non-performance, it's not it's important not to forget that mental skills training could be like the fifth or sixth training dose during the day. I don't want to overload the athlete by trying to push for the results. By developing mental skills is development of the whole personality of the athlete, and he might then use these skills elsewhere than in the sports context. And this is the moment that we really like, when they come and say, you helped me to develop as a person. On the first slide, you've seen how many mental skills there are, and that wasn't an exhaustive list. And you need to know how to work with them. So you need a phased approach. Also, you can't use all the techniques at the same time. Even if you do the mental training, you cannot do concentration, imagery, and working with breath all together. Similarly, with physical training, you have to prepare the right dosage for the athlete. On the following slides, we will show you that these skills can be used across all sports, basically. There will be some examples provided by me from football or other similar sports. You can then use them, for example, in football or in judo. Working with the breath. That's the first on our list. And I don't want to bore you too much by citing some theories. We've already touched on this topic yesterday in some of the lectures. Barakiasova was showing this extended or prolonged breathing technique. The theory behind my work is trying to explain to them that breath is so important because you are breathing all the time, and therefore you can work with it almost all the time. It's easy to regulate your breathing. I can teach how to regulate their breath a 10-year-old child or a professional player or a leisure sports player. And then they can use it in other situations outside of the sports context, and it can be applied on an individual basis or for the entire team. So, tennis or football, for example. What I really liked was mentioning the roles of the sympathetic and parasympathetic. When you drive by pressing the gas, you increase the heartbeat rate, you increase concentration, but when it's too much, uh, the performance might disappear, and then there is the parasympathetic nervous system that's braking. When I press on the brake, imaginary, then I can slow down my heartbeat rate, I can slow down my breathing, and actually this box breathing should help you to feel more relaxed, and your heartbeat rate should be lower than before. I don't think you were too much overloaded before that, but still, I think there should have been a measurable effect, because 30 to 60 seconds are enough to be able to see a measurable effect. Now, the practical techniques, it's the box breathing that you just tried, and then the prolonged exhalation. And I repeat, because some of you were jumping the rope when I was explaining it for the first time. So it's 4, 4, 4, 4. 4 seconds inhale by the nose, hold my breath for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, and then hold the breath again for 4 seconds. And it's recommended to repeat 4 to 6 cycles, but when you don't have enough time, even 2 cycles should be enough for those who already use this for a certain time. If you are new to this technique, please repeat at least 4 to 6 cycles. Why did I select this method? First, when I work with tennis players, they often want to know what to do with their hands. And this actually allows them to use their head and also their hands, because they can count on the fingers, and that's also, like some ritual that helps to calm them down. And as I said, very simple technique, so even small kids can learn how to use it. And you can do it in a team sport or when you are in a sport like an athlete on your own. I think it's pretty easy or possible to find time to do it during your match or pre-match. Prolong the breath. It's even more simple than box breathing. There is the ratio of inhale to exhale 1 to 2. So inhale 2 seconds, exhale 4 seconds. Inhale 3 seconds, exhale 6 seconds. You can use it when you sit on the bench. It's a very fast technique that functions well to calm down the mind and body. Now, practical examples. I work a lot with tennis players, and it was clear for me that I will choose a tennis player as an example for my demonstration to you. It's a competitive tennis player, let's call him Tomasz, 14 years old, and especially in the critical moments when it's 30-30 or 30-40, that's a bigger pressure than at the beginning of the game when it's 0-0. His muscles kind of freeze or get too tough, and he decides too quickly. So there are two options or two scenarios. In such a situation, the players stop being so intensive and it's just like a child's game, or they go too much into it and they take too much risk. So how to apply the box breathing or prolonged exhalation? Today, coaching is allowed during the match. I personally disagree, but okay, that's the situation. So I can just tell him, please make longer, exhale longer, slow down your exhalation. I can say 1, 2, and he will know immediately what is the instruction and what he should do, and it could help him. So instead of giving him some tactical instructions during the match, we just provide this feedback and we try to calm them down. So this is how I would use the prolonged exhalation during the match, and before the match, during the pre-match routine, I would use the box breathing. The athlete might be too activated. I need to almost switch him off, I would say. In that case, I would apply the box breathing. In an ideal case, he already has experience in that. But it could also serve as something that will divert their mind from thinking only about the upcoming match and that they might lose. Box breathing can also be done during the match because there are some pauses of 90 seconds between the games. So I tell them, if you need to calm down, put the towel over your head so that you don't see anyone, you don't see the uh, glances of your parents or coaches or that are staring angrily at you, or don't look at your opponent. Just put the towel over your head and do this technique, and after 4 cycles you've just had enough time during this break. And the young athletes often don't know how to use this time. Between each ball, there is up to 25 seconds of time in professional tournaments, and they can do the prolonged exhalation or even one cycle of box breathing. So that was the tennis, and very quickly I will speak about the second example of a floorball team. Very different situation because it's a team sport, collective sport. There are no breaks during the game or pauses during the game, but the there is substitutions. So you can use both techniques as well. Um, the coach should teach their athletes that it's not just about physical practice, but that they also need to work on this breathing or mental skills. And when they switch the fives, then they can spend the time off the pitch doing the box breathing or the prolonged exhalation. For example, when they uh, are losing, they receive a goal, some chaos can start, some moving too fast, and this is the correct moment for introduction of or for application of this technique. The box breathing, they can do it after the individual thirds, but also those who are not playing in the given moment can also do it when they are sitting it on the bench. And you don't need to be a sport psychologist to teach your athletes this. You just try it on your own and then you can show it to the athletes and explain to them that mental skills are also something that you can practice. And that's it for me.
So I started to apply prolonged breathing. So thanks a lot. I have both of these terms on the slide, visualization and imagery. Sometimes they are used interchangeably. I think that we tend to use both of them if we want to make a strict difference then what you did when you were jumping the rope in your mind, and you only had the visual image and you didn't even move, then it's visualization. When we get other senses involved, maybe emotions, maybe some of you even did the swing with their arms, so then it's imagery. But that's a theoretical distinction, and I use the terms interchangeably myself, depending on what the client knows. This is a technique that is used a lot by athletes, and actually not only by athletes, I imagine that also by you. Maybe if you have an appointment with a dentist tomorrow, so you visualize what is ahead of you tomorrow. So it's something that we do in our everyday life. We have visualizations. We use our imagination. But the thing is that for athletes, visualization and imagination may also be detrimental, because very often we use it spontaneously. But as we said in the introductory slides, visualization also needs to be practiced, it needs to be trained. And visualization can be used in many areas, in many walks of life. Let me ask you, what do you think visualization can be used for? What is the objective? Any ideas, any suggestions? Okay, yes, to boost self-confidence. That's definitely a good objective. So it can be used, as a motivating factor that, for goal setting, working on your goals. Also, we can use it to visualize success, to perform our best. Okay, preparation for the match, for the race. Maybe if I do water slalom, it's very difficult for me to have a practice ride. So then very often you see the water slalomists that they walk along the canal and they are just visualizing what they would do. Any other ideas? Okay, preparation for challenging situations. Yes, you can just visualize, you can imagine it will be a tough game, there will be strong wind, the weather will be awful, your opponent will be tough. So you can visualize this. So the interpreters do not hear the responses from the audience. So very often it's used, as a supportive technique in practice sessions. So you can see the water slalomist, going over uh, the track that is ahead of them. Also, visualization or imagery is also a very challenging concentration exercise, concentration activity, because you need to pay attention really well. Maybe that's what you also experienced when you did the imagery of jumping the rope. That's quite common. And I will share some examples from my practice and how to use it in practice. I have chosen a case of an ice hockey goalkeeper, and I want to keep it anonymous because the Czech Republic, well, it's a small community, it's a small ice hockey community. So the goalkeeper very often mentioned stress before matches, low self-confidence, nausea, and also he suffered from a fear of the first shot. He was afraid he would concede the goal and that the match would be lost. We apply different techniques, but I will focus on visualization only. So before we started our cooperation, this goalkeeper used visualization rather spontaneously, maybe on the way to the match, in the bus, on the bus or in the dressing room. But the problem was that he also visualized the fears and the negative. outcome. So he was just visualizing a situation that he concedes, uh, not a difficult goal. So basically, he was controlled by the visualization. He wasn't controlling them. So we applied a three-step approach. Step number one, he timed himself for 10 minutes every day, and he visualized the common situations from the matches, and for 10 minutes a day, like power play, fast attack, fast shot, and he used this to apply the basic visualization principles. For example, to visualize the situations in real time. He also learned to see the situations from his own point of view, how he really felt it. He also learned to integrate other senses. So maybe you could see him moving his arms and kneeling and while moving the arms in the direction of the shots. So he also got involved in motor skills, and he visualized also the fence and the crowd around. And we stayed with step number one for several weeks. Then we added step number two, and we used videos, because in the teams that I work for, uh, the players have available highlights, video highlights from their matches. So he started to use his highlights, and he got back to the bad moments as well as the good moments. He started with the good moments to boost his self-confidence, but as he progressed, he also worked on the bad moments, and that is also related on how to work with errors, how to work with mistakes. So he visualized the situations and tried to visualize how to handle the situations better. And we wanted to push him beyond his limits, so we also use highlights from NHL matches, and he chose videos of tackles uh, by goalkeepers that he liked. And he said, okay, this is something that I would also like to apply in my matches. So he used the videos from NHL for his visualization. And step number three was something we hadn't planned for, but it was very useful because the goalkeeper got injured. It was during the summer preparation camp. He joined a new club, he was under a new contract, there were a lot of expectations, and he wanted to maintain his performance that he had in the past. But as he got injured, he was out for several weeks. And he was looking for ways to keep in shape, not to forget the routines. So we applied visualizations to help him. So initially, when he didn't go to the stadium, to the ice rink, he applied step number one and step number two. He had to revisit them because, of course, during the summer preparation camp he maybe didn't do it as consistently. But later, when he was getting better, he did shadowing of the training sessions. So basically what he was doing, he was shadowing what the players were doing on the ice. And the happy ending of this story is that he got back after a few weeks, and he said, it feels like if I had never been off ice. And of course, scientifically speaking, we cannot say there was a causal link between the visualizations and this observation. But for him, the use of visualization was a key thing that helped him feel like this. So this is just a case study how it can be applied in ice hockey, and I still have some time, so I will just mention a few examples from other sports. It can be used in water slalom. It's a favorite sport of mine. As I said, you can very often see the athletes to visualize the track. For example, it's used if the athlete cannot uh, do the time they want to do. So there is a combination of breathing, as introduced by Michal, to control the emotions, and then visualize how you should go, how you should do it properly. And then if you, for example, there are specific challenging situations that you do not do correctly, you can again visualize them. I will not talk about football, you can ask about it later, but also it can be applied to golf, like practice shots, that is that you basically visualize what you have to strike before you do it. And also you can use it to get ready for difficult situations. So for example, there is a golf tournament, and there are some places which are challenging for you on this specific golf course. So the day before the tournament, you can visualize the situations on this specific golf course. So it's a sort of mental preparation uh, for the tournament. And I think I've said it twice already that visualization is something that we use naturally, spontaneously. It is sort of overlap between the work of the coach, sports psychologist, and athlete. So, I always want the coach to know that we do visualization with the athlete. In individual sports, this is really indispensable. The coach must know that we do the visualization, and the coach can give me some feedback. They can tell me, well, Andrei, do visualize this and this. So let's move to the final part, which is very broad because it's about working with errors, working with mistakes, and it's not about a specific technique, but it's about a combination of techniques. So what does an error, what does a mistake mean to you? Or what do you see as a mistake, as an error, as coaches? Just, shout at me, one word, two words. Okay, not lifting the legs, the feet. Okay, and then you do it instead of the athlete. Anything else? Sorry, I cannot hear you. Okay, bad decisions. Okay, what else? It's a difficult question, but there are so many errors in the process. Sorry, we cannot hear what the people in the audience are saying. There are different types of errors. Some can be controlled, some cannot be controlled. And many coaches, parents, and athletes actually think that losing is an error. And that may be an error in itself, but it's an error they cannot control. You cannot control the fact that the opponent is better. And even though our athlete performed their best, performed at 120%, still the opponent can be better. So losing isn't an error. But why talk about errors? Because errors are our best friend. When we learn to walk, is it an error if the child keeps falling? Anyone thinks this is an error? But then it's an error. The child should walk. The child shouldn't fall. But it is a learning process. We make mistakes, we make errors because we are learning something, because we are not perfect yet. So the question isn't whether to make mistakes and errors, but how to work with the errors, how to unlearn them, and how to become better. Because the error, the mistake only shows us how we can progress further. So every time we make a mistake or an error, we say, this is not my maximum performance yet. There is still way to go. And that is the nice thing about working with coaches and athletes. But errors do not have to be just, physical or biomechanical errors. But very often these are emotional moments. Because maybe we are too emotional or too little emotional, uh, and then an error happens. So it's very often not about tactics or the physical condition, but about emotions. And how do athletes respond to errors? Well, spontaneous correction of that error. Then also freezing. So basically, you are feared, so you got frozen. And the last I have here is the loss of concentration. Because we start to think about why we made the mistake, why we made the error, what we did exactly. And we forget about the present moment. And we forget about the fact that we have to deal with the present moment. And the way the coach responds to an error determines how much the athlete will be able to take risk and undergo those failed situations again. But also, the coach's response determines how willing the athlete will be to talk about the errors. I think we all know it, back from our sporting time, sporting days or school days. We all remember that someone responded to an error that we made, and we thought, well, no talk about that error anymore. And finally, the coach's response also determines how fast we are actually learning. And just like Michal and Ondřej, I will be sharing some case studies from my practice. It will be, more of a case study because we have to take a more holistic approach. So, this is a football player, midfielder. I guess that all coaches from football and other team sports know this, but you can also apply to individual sports. There was an important ball in the middle of the field, and she's a midfielder, center midfielder, but then she makes a mistake. What happens? This midfielder, we will call her Anne, tries to do it again, but she repeats the mistake because she is still thinking about the mistake. And then she sort of withdraws from the game mentally. She is not, controlling the other players, and she sort of mentally withdraws from the game. The coach tells her, have some courage. You are the center. That's the brain of the game. You must show them you are the important one. How does Anne respond? She wants to try again, but in fact she gets overloaded even more because she makes hasty decisions, and she keeps withdrawing and withdrawing from the game because she wants to prove to the coach that she can do it, but she takes the wrong approach. So how was our intervention? Of course, it's not just telling someone you have the tools here and you must apply them in the match. We discussed it in my office. because when you are working with errors, you have to, go an extra mile. So Anne told me that when the coach tells me, what I did, uh, I keep repeating the error twice or three times, and then I just withdraw from the match. So we started to learn that once she makes an error or a mistake, she does some breathing, prolonged exhalation, but at the moment she clenches her fists. Because, at the time she's very emotional, she's, upset about herself. But, as she applies the prolonged exhalation, the tension of her muscles decreases. So she clenches her fists and relaxes. She also counts the inhales and exhales to think about something else. And once she connects with herself, she focuses on a single task, either the first contact with the ball or the first simple pass. But of course, this takes time. It's not that we would just talk about it, we would, set up such rituals and it would work. No, it takes time. But what is the outcome? If we practice it long enough, we did it for months and a half, she got back into the game faster, and after she makes a mistake, she, you know, implements this ritual, she applies this ritual, and she gets back to the game much faster. So basically, she can apply the intervention herself. And in this case, there was no talk about technique. She can handle the ball, she can do passes, but it was about emotional overload that needs to be regulated. And
And as my sport was athletics, I also have one example, a sprinter, 19-year-old. So when you do the start, you have to be very low and then gradually lift into the upright position. But this athlete was, getting into the upright position too fast. So instead of making few very fast steps, he was actually getting upright and he was too slow. And the coach was telling him, well, you have to stay low, you have to keep the angle, you have to have shorter steps. The athlete tried, so he tried by the head. So he got upright, but just put his head down. So his core of the body was in a completely bad position, and the problem was getting even worse. And he said, well, if I feel that someone next to me is slightly faster, or there is someone next to me, I feel the need to be faster. So I need to do it as fast as possible, get upright, and that will make me faster. But that's not true, that's the opposite. So, the intervention, first we were looking for the causes. Why the competitors affect his mind so much? Why he has this need of being faster than them? What happens when he doesn't win? We also discussed the parental relationship and the relationship with the coach. And everywhere it was just you have to work hard, you have to achieve, you have to succeed. And therefore we decided to try to increase the mental resilience and also the self-confidence of this athlete. During training sessions, in cooperation with the coach, we worked on the correct internal pace. We also used visualization and imagery. We also tried to set the correct pace, the rhythm of the first steps. We even, put some signs on the track so that he knows where he has to be in which exact moment. And also some breathing techniques, breathing exercises, because he was quite open to this as well as the coach. So we started working on the breathing and also some concentration anchor words that they agreed on with the coach, and the coach told him 1, 2. So that was this concentration anchor telling him to do the prolonged exhalation. We so did the visualization as we said, then we made mock starts, then real starts but with other colleagues from his team, not from real competitors, and the task was to stick to this inner pace, inner rhythm. And the result was more stable acceleration, higher self-confidence, because he didn't, focus so much on the fact that his competitors are half a step ahead, because he knew he's fast enough to catch it up later. So it wasn't a biomechanic issue, but it was an emotional reaction to a pressure unintentionally caused by the coach, because the coach was saying, you have to, and this is a problem. What a coach can do and shouldn't do. So we have words that serve as a break for the coach, and this also applies to parents. For example, you can't do this. You have to believe in yourself. You have to succeed. Again, this mistake. It's again and again the same. Don't pass to the left. Again, what's the reaction in the athletes? Maybe they feel ashamed that they are not performing correctly, anxiety, lower self-confidence, and they try to risk do something else because they don't want to hear you are doing it again and again in the same way. So how should we react correctly as coaches? We don't have to speak immediately. Before you evaluate someone, maybe you could do some emotional regulation techniques as well. Of course, we are upset because the athlete didn't succeed, but if we talk to him while we are upset, that probably won't have a very positive result. So ask maybe a question. Why did you do this? What did you see in that situation? What could we do different next time? How did you feel when you were making this movement? Was it all correct? And actually gives the competence to start thinking about their errors to the athlete. Because when someone tells you, do something like that, we do it and we don't reflect on that. While if you start by asking questions, you give them the possibility to actually think about it and maybe find some solutions, ideas inside you. And number 3, to set a simple next step. If I say never, no one please imagine now the violet cow. But I said don't do it. So why did you do it? Once you say to your athlete, don't do it, don't pass to the center, don't pass to the left, don't go upright so fast, then the head actually will go back to what has been fixated already inside, to the critical moment, and will do it. So if we don't want him to pass to the left, we don't say don't pass to the left, but we say pass it to the right. Give them clear instructions of what you want them to do. And what can help the athlete? The breathing reset or restart. Simple first action. They should be thinking about what they should do. what they so tell them what they should do. They shouldn't be thinking about what they shouldn't do. Short internal sentences to focus and communicating uh, the mistakes. What is the objective? We need to get the person quickly back into the match, even if they are only fully present 80% of the time. It's still better than when they withdraw completely and you never get them back. Also, some regulation of the athlete before the performance and be in the present moment instead of thinking about the error. So the mistake is the fastest possible feedback, but what is important is to give the athlete the possibility to use it at all. Thank you. We have many questions, so I will have to choose some of them. So start with the breathing. How do you work with the breath to calm down the person when the person is out of breath because he's been running a lot, for example. In the tennis game, after a game, the athlete usually or is or should be out of breath, but they have 25 seconds before the next serve. So they should not start the next exchange while they are still out of breath. In football, for example, it's of course more difficult and it's not that easy to find the moment there. I played football, but not on a top competitive level, so I had time to slow down for a while and do the breathing. In top levels football, it might be difficult, and there are some sports where you can't do it. So in those cases, you do it before the performance or after to calm down. For sure, we can come up with some example where it's not possible. In collective sports, this is often an issue that the football players don't know how to breathe properly. Sometimes they don't even know how to run properly. We need to have them in a good physical shape, and they also should know how to work with breathing. And the important thing for us is that they are willing to try and work with breathing. If I can, if we are in the ice track, if I focus on breathing during my run in the ice track, that would probably end up in me being dead. So that's not the right moment when to apply these techniques. Can you uh, tell us about some techniques to help falling asleep, for example, the day before the race or in some difficult environment for sleep during the breathing exercises? I use the technique 4-7-8. I usually don't manage to do it that long. So it's 4 seconds inhale, 7 seconds hold, and 8 seconds exhale. And also there was a Spotify podcast meditation to the ears. 2 weeks ago, actually, they changed the system, and you have to pay for that now. But something like this can be useful. Some instructions of what you should do to uh, fall asleep, and these were 15 minutes instructions, and I never lasted past minute 7. My parents taught me when I was small the counting the sheep method, but when Jana was speaking about it, different techniques work for different persons. So what works for me, I'm listening to a Harry Potter audiobook for 15 minutes. It switches off automatically after 15 minutes, and I'm sleeping perfectly by that time. But probably for someone it wouldn't work at all. This is a topic I really love. Often in media you can read titles like Secret Army Techniques that will make you fall asleep in 15 seconds. And these are often things that you actually know already. So the principle is either trying to concentrate on something, or the athletes often already know the techniques when they, especially when they have issues with falling asleep. But it's important to understand that sometimes you just will not fall asleep. Despite all the techniques, the stress and the cortisol levels will be so high that you just won't fall asleep. And then maybe we should learn to work with that and uh, tell oneself that it's okay if you don't sleep. One night won't decide about your success. Sometimes, if you are a bit sick, you can also perform best. So, approach it in the same way. Yes, often there is pressure. You have to eat properly, you have to sleep enough, you have to sleep well, and it can be actually a contradictory factor. The more you try to fall asleep, the worse it will be. So I think we should approach all the techniques in a similar way. And for someone, the counting of the sheep might not work because it's actually increasing activation. And so it's important what Andrzej said, to accept the reality and actually say to yourself, okay, I'm laying down and I'm relaxing, so it's also good. And I had situations when I was laying down and relaxing, and but there were still thoughts running in my head. And what I'm doing now is that I sit at my desk and I write down what is going in my head on the paper, and it kind of helped me to clear my head. Or maybe this could be done also even before you go to bed. If you apply the progressive muscle relaxation techniques, for whom are you using it? Well, I do it within the collective sports, for example, with the hockey goalies. Uh, Clients tell me that they have the feeling that, for example, their legs are really heavy. And there is the technique that you inhale and you clench your fists, and then you exhale and let your fists, and then you clench your muscles on your legs, and then you relax. So it can be a very quick technique. You can do it immediately, or you can do it in 15 minutes.
So a question about mental anchors. Do you have any experience from your practice? Well, sorry for taking the floor of my own initiative. Yes, I this happens with goalkeepers in ice hockey and in football. So it's good to use the anchor, use something as an anchor, and then just touch it, approach it in the same way as you would approach the post in the goal post. Yes, I will add my experience, and it's also related to the goalkeeper case that I mentioned. I think it's very important to make a difference between when it's just superstition and when it is useful. For example, the example that Jana gave, that someone does something because it simulates, the movements of the goalkeeper, then it makes sense. But if someone does something, let's say, touching the post because they are just superstitious, then, or if they think that if they put on the right shoe or left shoe first, then it doesn't make sense. And the last question, which technique can help to achieve the optimal level of aggressiveness? So how to increase how to be more aggressive? One football coach that I'm coaching on a one-to-one basis, he uses the boxing bag, and when he thinks that he's not as motivated as he would like to be, he does some boxing. But Andre, you are right. Actually, the question asked about being more or being less aggressive. I will have a tennis example again. If you watched Rafael Nadal prepare for a match or play, he is very dominant and he looks very aggressive. His preparation is that he has got the earpods, he's listening to some music, and he's jumping up and down, and I think this brings him a lot of arousal, and I think he always says that he really needs this to get to the level of arousal that he needs. So of course you cannot use it in wrestling or similar sports, but well, personally I would visualize my German teacher from a secondary school. That would make me more aggressive. And the very last question, is there any risk that an athlete can actually internalize bad movements when using visualization and imagery? Definitely there is such a risk. That's why you have to be very cautious, because of course imagery is built on some connections in your brain, and you cannot learn something if you like the foundations. You cannot just jump several steps. But if you visualize something that you didn't do well, that you didn't do properly, then you are actually internalizing movement patterns that are not really useful, that are bad. So now it's your time to pick up one question. So anchor, progressive relaxation, how to do breathing techniques when you are out of breath, falling asleep, being aggressive. Okay, the question about how to be more or less aggressive. So who asked the question about how to be more aggressive? Okay, that was your question, so Antonín, you can get the book from Katka. Okay, thanks a lot everyone. And now, just a few seconds before we switch into English, the next talk will be in English, and I would like to ask those who need translation into Czech to get the headphone.
Využil k ještě jedné informaci pro trenéry, ale vidím, že už se nám tady dostuduje pozornost, tak to možná řeknu. Nebo my jsme ve společnosti Českou trenérskou akademii se rozhodli vytvořit překlad knížky Sport Coaches for Athletes. Je to knížka, která je takovým jako dárkem, americkým dárkem od sportovních psychologů směrem k trenérům, kde právě jsou popsány zásady mentálního tréninku, jednotlivých mentálních dovedností, které můžou dělat trenéři. A my bychom vás chtěli pozvat k tomu, aby, až ta knížka v dubnu vyjde, tak abyste si ji sehnali nebo koupili nebo pořídili a k tomu, abyste nám v té oblasti mentálního tréninku, mentálních dovedností se nebáli s náma spolupracovat. Protože když si vezmete realitu sportovních psychologů, v tuto chvíli v asociaci 70 sportovců je obrovské množství. A myslím si, že je potřeba, aby ty věci, které můžou dělat trenéři, aby dělali trenéři nebo dělali ve spolupráci s psychologama a psychologové zas dělali tu svoji část. Tak to berte takovou jako podporu, kterou bychom vám chtěli nabídnout, abychom společně potom dál mohli trénovat a rozvíjet mentální dovednosti sportovců.
All right, give us 1 minute.
Microphone. Yeah.
We are almost ready. Sorry for a little technical difficulty. All right. I'm happy that there is still so many of you here for the last piece of our 2 days conference. And it's my pleasure and honor to welcome the last speaker, last but not the least for sure, Viktor Veluš. Viktor is a sports psychologist from Poland, and he is working in his practice with the national team of track and field, right? and also used to work with the national wrestling team, and he was a gymnastic coach for 8 years, right? Yeah. Thank you, Victor, for taking the last and sometimes the most difficult piece at the conference is the last one, and it's yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you. I must admit that I'm a little bit tired, but I think so as you. So I hope we will encourage each other to use that last piece of this beautiful conference. So first of all, we prepared this presentation, me and Dorota, and I will quickly introduce Dorota. Dorota is a master class sports psychologist of Polish Psychological Association. She works in sport academies, football and sailing academies, and with national teams, for example, with air sports like gliding and paragliding, and also cross-country skiing. And today she went to northern Sweden to the competition in cross-country skiing, and there is minus 20 degrees. So she's probably not very comfortable right now, I guess. She used to work with national teams in badminton and snooker and squash, and she holds practicum for students at the University SWPS in Warsaw. Myself, you already know, I'm a sports psychologist certified by Polish Psychological Association. You know about the athletics or track and field, like they call it in the States or in Canada, I guess. And now I would like to have a shallow dive, let's say, into the subject of goal settings. Shallow because I want to go far. I don't want to drown in the specifics. At the beginning, I would like to have a disclaimer that the content of the presentations is only partially based on psychological theories and research. Some aspects of presentations are based on the experience of our experience as practitioner psychologists. So first, let's say we have a sailing competition, and this is the final regatta outcome from the sailing competition. We have a list of 15. There's much more you're going to see, but there is no way I can fit like 100 of contestants in the presentation. So let's say we would like to focus on the 15th one of Alejandro from Spain. And what can you tell about Alejandro? He's 15, thank you. Like he's at the 15th place, yeah? He's probably older, but yeah. Come again? He did not win, for sure. What else? Oh, by the way, this is AI-generated list because I didn't want to show you the actual list of people since I don't have their acceptance about that. So this is not a real list, yeah? He's from Spain, thanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, whoa, nice. I really like the positive attitude you have. He's second in terms of being Spanish, he's second. Yeah, what else? Okay. No woman, that's true. Well, I didn't notice. But I place the blame on AI, not on myself, okay? I could notice, by the way. Okay, so this could be your athlete. Let's say you're a coach of sailing, but that can apply, the whole presentation can apply to many other sport disciplines. So let's say this could be your athlete, yeah? He's one of many. So we want to search for much more information. Let's say the whole scoreboard that shows us the races, yeah? Because they are having many races in one competition, and they, based on their placement in each race, they gaining points. The less points, the better, as you noticed. Yeah, what can you tell more about this situation, about Alejandro? Come again? Constant performance. Very well. Yeah. So he was around 15th, 14th. Yeah. Come again? Sorry. Mm-hmm. Exactly. What else? Okay, still not much. Well, I'm not judging what you said, but it's not many informations, right? But we tend to judge based only on the placement, on the rank from the competition, right? Is that right? Yeah. So we should ask an athlete what actually happened. We should be more mindful of what was going on around the competition. So we'd like to present it in a form of timeline. But the intention of the timeline is to show how transforming outcome goals into performance or mastery goals or task goals might change an athlete's psychological functioning. Yeah? This change in their functioning usually takes more time, not only perspective of for competitions, obviously. Yeah, it's a simplification just to show you what might happen if an athlete will do the performance or task goals. Also, the role of the coach is in this change is being demonstrated. So I hope you will find something specific for yourself. Yeah, so let's say we have a time perspective of the time before the competition, before the first competition, and the athlete starts with the competition with only an outcome goal, like I want to win the whole thing. Yeah, I want to be the best, or I would like to finish with the first, let's say, 3 first places. Yeah, I want to be at least third. And so what happens in his cognition is that often his thinking is disordered, and he thinks all or nothing. So either I win or either I lose. There is no more space. Self-perception as a position on the list. Yeah, so he might see himself as just a number. Yeah. Emotionally, he might fear of losing. There might be fear of being judged by the coach, by others, and there is obviously an anxiety. Socially, everyone is a rival, obviously, since he's having only an outcome goals, and he prefers rivalry over competition. And motivationally, the motivation is strong but short, and in a face of failure, the motivation burns off quickly, right? Since he's either going to win or lose, when there is a perspective of when something is not going right, then his motivation burns off. Yeah. And there is only 3 places on the podium, right? Am I right or wrong? No, there's 3 places on the row. So look, how many people might be in such a situation? Yeah, there's a lot, and there is only 3 winners. So he ends up the competition in a situation with only outcome goals. She ends up with a conclusion of success or a failure, so a kind of a binary thinking. In a situation of success, he might won't learn much, yeah, since I won, so what to improve since I'm the winner, right? If it's a failure, if he loses, emotionally, there's probably going to be some sadness, some resignation, anger, disappointment, and so on. And in his cognition, the emotion drive his thinking. He might question about the sense of doing the sports. Is I lost? What's the point? Yeah. And the failure, this kind of most important one, I guess. He treats failure very personally, right? So the outcome, failure, he might perceive himself as a failure, right? Socially, he might withdraw himself from others, or the opposite. He can be tightly stuck to the group, right? So my worth, my self-worth depends only whether I win, right, or lose. So to keep myself worth, so either I can stick with the group tightly, because then people think I'm worthy, right? Or he can withdraw because of how he feels, yeah? And when it comes to motivation, the motivation might be low since he lost, and he might develop the avoidance motivation, which is quite a bad situation, because in the future he might be doing everything not to lose, yeah, and we want them to want to win, not want to not to lose, yeah. And mistakes that coaches often make in such a situation is they focus mainly on errors during the feedback. So they pointed out what the athlete did wrong. And even if they give a positive feedback, it's a general positive feedback, yeah? So they tend to say something like, hey, you did right, yeah? You did everything you could, it's good job, yeah? And it's not wrong, but it would be much better if they use some kind of specifics. I'm going to talk about it more later. And only the winners are appreciated, yeah? So mostly coaches say something about the winners, yeah? Or give the winners like a lot of positive feedback, whether they tend not to mention losers, yeah? The one that lose. So, during practice, athletes, after this competition with only outcome goals, athletes work hard, not smart, and often the effort that they put into the practice is directed to cover the emotional pain that the goal wasn't reached, yeah? So I cannot win, so at least I can just give whatever I have during the practice, yeah? And that's not necessarily bad that they give 100% or 150%. Just they do it because they want to cover the emotional pain that is left after the loss. They start the competition, the next competition, with a sense of failure, yeah? So they think of the competition, and what shows up in their minds is that they lost. And there is a higher risk of injuries, as we know from the Williams and Anderson model of injuries, usually because of the emotions, the unpleasant emotions like anxiety, fear of losing, and anger. And cognitively, they are mostly outcome focused, yeah, because last they fail, so now they really want to win. Black and white thinking, as I mentioned before, or all or nothing thinking, and often self-handicapped. So self-handicapping is when an athlete is doing something against winning. Yeah, they do something to undermine the probability of winning, just to justify the loss. Yeah. So in case I'm going to lost, I'm do something that gives me an explanation for the lost. Yeah. For example, they go to the party. Yeah. Or they tend to get sick. Yeah. They don't care for themselves enough to be healthy. Socially withdrawn, as I mentioned before. Motivationally, the motivation is very high. I need to make up what I did before, and they're very aroused. And mistakes that coaches do often in such situations, they recall last failure as a way to motivate the athlete. Yeah, they say something like, "Do you remember what happens before? What did I tell you?" And something like that. Then compare the outcome with the other athletes. Yeah. So look at John. He could win. What about you? Yeah. So what influences the performance? What factors influences the performance? This is an actual question to you. Emotional state of the athlete. Yeah. What else? Come on, let's just give it a brainstorm. I'm not judging. Skills, position. Thank you. What else? Come again? I didn't hear. Yeah, health. Yeah, health of the athlete. Very well. What else? Relationships, for sure. Motivation. But what else? When you look at if I want you to draw the situation of a championship, of a competition, any competition, yeah? Let's say you are a drone perspective. You're flying over the competition and you want to draw the whole situation. Yeah? What factors will influence whether the athlete win or lose? Come again? Yeah, the previous experiences, yeah, for sure. Yeah, what else? I can hear it. Confidence of the athlete, yeah. What about other factors than just athlete? The atmosphere, for sure. The quality of the other athletes, for sure, yeah. If I'm going to compete with, let's say, with someone who is much worse than I am, there is probability I'm going to win, right? But if I'm going to go to the Olympics, yeah, I might not be the best, for sure. What else? For sure, personality, yeah, personality of the athlete, yeah. Of course, audience, yeah, and whether someone close to you is with you. What else? A bit of luck, yeah, sure. You gotta have luck. Come again? Sorry, I didn't get that. Jury, yeah, yeah. The judges, for sure, yeah. Weather, Mother Nature. Come again? What happens in the universe? Yeah, the placement of the planets, the phase of the moon. Yeah, thank you for that one. That's kind of an important one. The placement of the moon influences the sea, and we are talking about sailing. So you were right. Yeah. So we can list, and that's actually exercise that you might do with your athlete. You can list the factors that influence the outcome of the competition. Yeah. They're just that's not a final list, and that's not the only list. So the moon is missing. Yeah, that's why we have very experienced sports psychologists here to back me up. Think. Yeah. So, but not all of them we can influence, right? Well, for example, the moon phases, but maybe there is some kind of way. I don't know. Yeah, which of them we might influence? Also, I would like to put it on a range. Yeah, not binary, whether which one we can influence or not, or rather which one we can influence more or less. Yeah. So, for example, your hydration. This is something you can influence for sure. Yeah. For example, your attention. Yeah. It's a skill that can be trained, and also your awareness of it, the way you focus your attention. Yeah. And other factors. Yeah. So the athlete knows what is under his control and what is most controllable and what is less, and what are the factors that he cannot control at all. Yeah. For example, the other athletes that he's competing against. Yeah. The phases of the moon, the weather, and so on and so on. Yeah. But these are legit things that will influence the outcome, but he is not in control of those. Yeah, for sure. So that drives his attention in the right direction. So the story can go on and on, yeah, with only an outcome goals. Remember, it's a simplification. Yeah. But we can set some performance, or sometimes called mastery goals or task goals. Performance or mastery goals will be directed to the certain task that you will achieve with a set standard. Let's say in tennis, he's going to do 10 very good serves. Yeah. Or let's say, I'll give you an examples in a minute, okay? The things that you can use to set performance, mastery, or task goals is the information from the previous starts. That's the easiest way, and actually the one I used often. Actually, I use them often with a scale 1 to 10. So you can ask what was good, what you did good, and then you can use the scale. For example, on a scale 1 to 10. What would you like to change next time? Yeah. And how are we going to do it? What's the plan for it? And the useful tools are video feedback from the competitions and from the trainings. Yeah. One thing is to see yourself doing something, and then you can, get much more informations. And also goals are created based on the data from the analysis. So you do the analysis, and now you have informations to set some goals and adjust the practice according to the new goals. Yeah. So we have a competition. We gain some information based on the competition, with video feedback and so on and so on and so on. And we set some goals, and according to the goals, we do the practice, right? What is helpful also is awareness of the factors that influence the outcome, the thing that we were discussing just a minute ago, and what's more controllable, what is less, and the role of the coach in such a situation is remind the goals, not only to set the goals and to remind the goals. Like, remember, we are here to do this, this, and that. Yeah? This way you direct his attention in the right position. Yeah? In the things that he's in control of. Yeah? Not in the things he's not. That's not our controllable. He can say, we are here, this is why we do it, and this is where do we go. Yeah? Something that Bill Beswick is mentioning in his books. So the example of the performance or task goals would be in sailing, let's say, to focus on finding the clear wind, to look for an empty space in a good wind position to start. In wrestling, to focus on shoulders of the opponent, to do at least 3 full attacks. That would be an example of mastery or performance goal. To do the relaxation between the fights. Yeah, the competition in wrestling are pretty long. In athletics, focus on the pace. To feel the surface of the shot before you put it. Yeah, in a cross country, to focus on keeping the pace, to breathe rhythmically as slowly as possible, and so on. So with the performance or with the task goals, the athlete enters the competition with a clear vision of what is the most controllable, what is the aim for and how to do it, and what will be evaluated. Yeah? When we will talk about the competition, we will be talking about these goals and how you manage to achieve those, and also on a scale, not binary. Yeah, not whether you did it or you didn't do it, but how much it was possible to achieve those. And emotionally, after the competition, of course, there will be some anxious, yeah, and some anxiety, sorry, but there might be less anxiety, less fear of losing, and more enthusiastic he might be before the competition. Cognitively, he can perceive the outcome of the competition on a range, yeah, and the goal is an anchor for the attention, yeah. So the goal, the performance goal, the task goal, is something that directs his attention, and socially he might be likely to interact since he's not very much into the rivalry. And in terms of motivation, the motivation is suitable for the task, yeah? And as we know, the task is doable, so the motivation will follow. The role of the coach, again, remind the goals and remind that the athlete already accomplished the goals during the practice. So I know what to do, and I know that I already did it, so then I can do it again, right? And after the competition, the athlete might feel a sense of accomplishment, whether even if he didn't even if he didn't win, he might have some sense of accomplishment because he did some part of the goals he set, yeah, the performance goals, some part of the tasks he wanted to do, he already did, yeah. we develop the growth mindset in his mind that Carl Dweck is talking about, right? So the idea that things are not fixed, yeah, you can develop them. And the self-esteem is not equal to the outcome, yeah? So I'm worthy whether I win or I lose. And they have a clear vision of what to work on. Emotionally, less sadness, less anger, hope, satisfaction. Cognitively, they're more task-oriented. Their thinking is more task-oriented, so they think about the task at hand, not about just winning. And they perceive the event as an experience to learn from and to enjoy, not only to win or lose. Yeah. So if you know what to do, you have more space to enjoy the whole party. Yeah, right. The whole event. And socially, they're more prone to compete with themselves. Yeah. And compare themselves to themselves, right? Because since they have clear goals, they can see the progress of the goals, yeah. So they compete with themselves, not with others, mentally, of course, because. And in terms of motivation, they increase. The motivation increase as they progress. And the role of the coach might be to show the progress they made according to the data, also visually, yeah? So on a graph or on a scale, yeah? To gather the information and show them how they progress, yeah? Where they were in the past and when they are right now, and where they are going, for example, and to show them the evidence for that. For example, on a video, yeah. Another role of coach is to accept and reflect emotions. Yeah. For example, I see you're mad. Yeah. You can be mad, of course. That's fine. I see you're angry, and so on and so on. This is a reflection of emotions, yeah? To name the emotions. And accept that the athlete might be feeling those emotions after the competition, because it's normal, yeah? We are human beings, we have emotions, and give some space. And before the next competition, the athlete is more prone to recall the last competition as experience of goals achieved on a spectrum, as I told you, or on a scale. Know how to form an attainable goals based on the previous event experiences. So the coach not only set the goals or help to set the goals, or sports psychologists help to set the goals, but they teach athlete how to do it, yeah, and why we do it. And they practice to achieve, not to defend against the failure, and they're more prone to imagine themselves on a process, not only on the outcome, yeah? So if you imagine yourself that you would like to have a nice cup of tea, so then you're thinking, you imagine yourself, okay, so I need to take the cup, put the tea inside, boil the water, put the water in, and so on and so on. So you imagine yourself preparing that, right? To visualize it, and you're more prone to visualize what you're going to do. And the role of the coach is to individualize the feedback. So even if it's the group sport discipline, then you give the feedback to each individual athlete, yeah, and you give a specific positive feedback, what they did good, specifically. Yeah. For example, very good attention span, or that they were following their instruction throughout the whole competition. Yeah. And to sum this up, I've put it on the table like this. So on the left you have a situation with only an outcome goals. That doesn't mean we don't have outcome goals. They will appear whether we want it or not. But as Dorota always says, the outcome goals are in the back of your head, and the task or performance goals are in the front of your head. Yeah. So you go to the competition with attitude of winning. Of course, we want to win. Yeah. But that's in the back of your head. In the front of your head, there is what I want to do and what will help me to achieve it. Yeah, so on the left side, there is a situation with only outcome goals. On the right side, there is a situation with performance or mastery goals or task goals. In the situation of outcome goals, the thinking is distorted. And there is higher level of emotions like anxiety, fear, disappointment, because we are thinking about uncontrollable factors. And they're uninformed and poorly motivated. And the mistakes that coaches do in such situations, they motivate based on the previous failures. They evaluate mostly errors, so what was wrong. And
I now give the floor to Michal, and just thanks a lot, Michal. And thanks everyone, enjoy. Tak, jsme